Hello. Is it loud? I'm sorry. So sorry. Every time. Every goddamn time. Hi friends! Hey, I'm back. Hello! Hey Sassy. Welcome in. How was your week? And Bob with the tier 3 for 12 months. That's pretty magical. I love that. I can't believe it's been a year already. It doesn't feel like it. It doesn't feel like it at all. But thank you for the resub, Bob. Thank you. Continue to enjoy your cute little emotes. Enjoy them. How are you guys? It's been a week. Basically, like, Saturday night to literally last night, I was like the biggest fucking bitch in the whole wide world. Like, I was literally being so ridiculous to everyone. Like, my family, like, my coworkers. It was so bad. It was so bad because my headache was making me want to die. So, yeah. And I'm finally feeling better today. I went and saw my doctor on Wednesday when I stayed home. And then took that, like, master pill as soon as I got home from work on Thursday. And I still, like, kind of had the headache today, but I was way more, like, I could just tell, like, I was so, like, peppier, and I was, like, dancing and having a good day at work. And I was like, oh, thank God. It's still kind of there, but I feel so much better. So much better. That master pill. It has some amazing powers. Oh, thank you for the first! And to hydrate. Oh, I have to turn dehydrate on, because I do have a truly. I truly have a truly. Wait, what? Yeah, that's what I meant. That is indeed what I meant. Yeah, it's off. Okay, I'm turning on. Is there anything else I should turn on? No, everything's off. Okay. We good. Hi, Duel. Elden Lord Duel at your service. I am not worthy. How does it feel to be the Elden Lord? Des hopped on the train as well and already has like 80% of the fucking trophies, and I'm like, literally how? Literally how? I'm excited to, I guess maybe not excited, to see the trophy. I'm also considering, I'm probably gonna do an extra Elden Ring stream like every week, like Monday or Tuesday, depending how I'm feeling. We're gonna play more Elden Ring and then keep Elden Ring also on Wednesday. Because at this rate, Bob is like, this game is so huge, like, you don't even have any idea. And I was like, okay, so once a week isn't gonna cut it, which is what you're telling me. So, I'm gonna fix that problem. Is Bob Elden Lord yet? I don't know, I don't think so. Elden Lady, yeah. Yeah, one of the NPCs called me a lady, and I'm like, oh. Actually, like, based on what character you chose. It was the big pot dude. It was Pot Boy. It sounds weird. It is Pot Boy. That's it. There is shit over there. I need to. Oh my lord. Only I could function. There's shit in the background. Shit in the background. There we go. And I did some work on my room. I mean, I'm looking at the area now, and it kind of went downhill after I got that migraine Saturday night. But I got Cleo's cage move out of the way and kind of put like a blanket over it. And yeah, so now I just to clear the table. Because it's not like, I was telling Bob how it's not like I can move the table and then move the desk. Like, they're switching spots, basically. So I have to, like, make sure everything's cleared off of it, and, like, I have, like, an hour to, like, literally move everything. And re-plug everything back in. It's gonna be quite the move. Unfortunately, I can't do them one at a time. It's gonna be a lot. The game is huge, yeah. They're changing a lot of stuff. Oh, and nerfing a lot of things? Oh, okay. So if you want to experience as much as the unnerfed original state as possible, you better get to it, sis! Oh. Yeah. Yeah. I'll try. I'll try real hard. I'll do 2 times a week. Just for Elden Ring. Just for Elden Ring. I was thinking Saturday, because then I could, like, stay up later, but I can't do Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That combo is a big no-go. I don't want it. It makes me so tired, dude. I need like at least one day to do nothing. And that it was actually on that day on Saturday I have to like go do groceries or do like a fuck ton of laundry, you know, like just normal adult shit. Normal adult shit. But it's okay. We'll get there. Yeah, I'm just gonna see like how I feel Monday night, and if I don't like feel like streaming, then I'll do it Tuesday night, and if I still don't feel like streaming, I just probably won't do it. So it's gonna be like a random every week thing. You feeling better today, darling? I am, Duel. Thank you for asking. You were looking quite happy. I love you. I missed you guys so much. It's literally been like 5 days. I'm so upset right now. I'm so upset. I'm glad, yeah. I took my like master pill. My master power pill. Thursday after I got home from work. And by the end of the day today I could listen to the radio on a volume higher than 3. It was real great. Black Star, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Sky, don't forget. I won't forget, Nightbot. We're not playing the game right now, though. I won't forget, though, Nightbot. Thank you. Yeah, so, yeah, because I've been listening to, like, the radio on, like, volume, like, 1 to 3. Like, and depending how okay I was feeling, 3 could also be, like, a little high. Like, I could barely hear the music in the background. So dumb. So dumb. Look, headaches are ridiculous. They're ridiculous. What's the 50k Discord code? Okay, so if you look in the Discord, you can see like everybody who's in the cord on the right, and see how Bob has like I have Moonchild, Bob has Big Booty Bitch, Des has William Stan. So those two are custom roles. So you can name yourself whatever you want and I'll make you a role for it. And then you can like stick out in the Discord. Whatever you want. Oh, and Mimi is Spice Master. Mimi is Spice Master. She truly is. Speaking of 85? I'll take an 85. Dang, Nightbot. Oh, just because I haven't been around for a while, you're just gonna be nice to me? Huh? Is that it, Nightbot? Why don't I have 50k? I don't know. I wish I could give you some. I feel like you're here like all the time. Even if you're lurking. So you save up. You save up. Yeah, Mimi's not joining us today because she's at fucking Billie Eilish. Get turt, Mimi. Enjoy that shit. 110%. I love you and I miss you. 8k left? That's close. That's close. She's doing okay, yeah. She's going to a concert with her friend. She kind of did, her friend kind of did the same thing that I did, where I was like, I have an extra Billie Eilish ticket, do you want to go with me? And the friend that I work with now was like, okay. So someone did that to Mimi, and she was like, oh, I'll go to Billie Eilish. I was like, good. She wasn't doing the best, as far as I do. I think she's okay. I think she'll go, I don't know, like, how far back you're thinking, but the past, like, little bit, she's been okay. As far as I know. I should ask her. Now I'm nervous. I hope she has fun tonight. She deserves it. Yeah, not as far as I know. I don't know. Alright, shall we solve a murder? Sorry. 2 murders? There's 2 of them. God damn it. Oh. Okay. This is it. Oh, you asked her to. She'll let me know. Yeah, that's sweet of you, Dual. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna hit record. I didn't forget. Nightbot. Thank you for being a bestie. Disable it, because I hit record. And now we play. Yeah, I hope she's okay. That's the one. The one save file. That is the one I need. There's too much shit on my desk. Okay. All my, like, meds and peppermint and shit are all laid out all over the place. What a mess. What a mess. Oh. This one is the strawberry lemonade. Yummy. At least I think it's yummy. I think the only one I didn't like was, like, the regular lemonade. You know what I mean? The one that didn't have a fruit in it. Okay, you can go over here. You can stay there. Okay. Continue. So we're jumping right into the trial. Yeah. Right into the trial. Transfer students from beyond the grave? They certainly went to their grave, alright. Okay, skills. Do we have... Yeah, we got 39 slots. Let's go. How much do we have? Oh, we have 10. Okay, so what's this? Increase the amount of influence recovered by right answers. Slows the speed. Trigger happy. Decreases the delay after using truth bullets or truth blades. Meh. Mind's eye. Reveals viewpoints. That already happens. Silences all conversations except those the reticle is on. Oh, that's the mass panic thing? Okay, I see. Instantly silences loud voices. I mean... Silences all conversations. Instantly silences loud voices. I feel like this would be beneficial. Because that minigame or whatever is very hectic. How will you be Elden Lady like me if you don't play Elden Ring? You give a great point, Joel. You give a great point. But today's Dangan day. I want to play Dangan. I'll stream. I stream it, I promise. The keyword. Meh. I want this. Let's buy that. And equip it. Okay. We have 6 left. Just a peek. The entire screen will light up more frequently. Oh, okay. Increase the amount of letter cubes that you can acquire at once. Oh, interesting. Easier to push the opponent off during blade lock? What is that? Me no understand. Oh, the mine thing! I forgot about that. So strange. And I need to figure out the thing that we do. Hold on, I need my buttons on the keyboard because they never I never remember them. Wrong post. B3 keyboard controls. Yeah, that's the one. So stupid. Okay, non-stop, Hangman's Gambit. Okay, let's leave it right here. So I can take a little peeky when I need to. Where's Bob? He's probably just chilling. Been an off day. Certainly need my keyboard. Click on the game! Okay. Okay, let's review. Let's click on the game. Okay. No. How do I do this again? Okay, like that. Alright, there's gonna be a lot of hints to go through. It's so weird when Bob's not here. I know. Hey, Miss Bob. Hey, Miss Bob, too. The victim is the ultimate artist. The first victim is the ultimate artist. Angie Unaga. Couldn't care less. No, I'm just kidding. The victim's body was discovered in the Ultimate Artist Research Lab. The time of death was approximately 2 a.m. The victim was killed by a fatal stab wound to the torso? Wasn't it the back of her neck? I'm sorry, is this a typo? I don't remember them saying anything about the torso. Hello? What? Wait. They never mentioned a torso. It's always been the back of the neck. What the heck? Whatever. Additionally, she has lacerations on her forehead. Right. The second victim is the ultimate Aikido master, Tenko Kabashira. Sad. The victim's body was discovered in a vacant room on the 4th floor. The estimated time of death is 11 a.m. Okay, so 2 a.m. for Angie and 11 a.m. for Tenko. Victim was stabbed in the back of her neck. Okay, at least that's lines up. Resulting in death. No other injuries were detected. Okay. Considering the laceration, the injury on the victim's forehead was not bleeding as much as it should. Right, I remember that. Hi, Kay. How are you? Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you had a wonderful week. We solved a murder tonight, Kate. Bloody piece of duct tape stuck to her hair. It wasn't stuck to her hair. Why are these clues so weird? I specifically remember Maki lifting up Angie's body because it was underneath her. And now they're saying it was stuck to her hair? Come on, game. Miss you, I miss you more. What are you drinking? A Truly strawberry lemonade. It's yummy. It's yum yum. I was trying to decide between that or wine. And I was like, well, it's not Wednesday, so it feels weird to get wine. Okay, let's deal with these fucking stupid clues. Okay, it was stuck to her hair. Or underneath her. Nobody knows. The blood on it had already dried. Okay, that's probably important. The blood was flowing from the back of Angie's neck, created by a pool. What? Dude, am I losing my mind? Never mind. Was I like so tired last time? I just like didn't retain any of the information properly. What the heck? A book Monokuma prepared as a motive. Yeah, this was the motive. Angie attempted to carry out the book's resurrection ritual. Right. The Necronomicon resurrection ritual. Prepare an effigy of the dead soul you wish to contact. Everyone may participate. The size and shape of the effigy is irrelevant. Make it out of whatever materials you wish. See, that's something I was wondering, because earlier Angie was like, oh, I'm gonna bring Rantaro back. But then she made figures of all 4 people who have died. So I'm like, what? Hi, Sky. Hi, Flynn. I'm here to fill in for memes while she sees Miss Eyelash. I know, so exciting. Happy to have you. I hope you had a good week, Flynn. Just chilling. Finished a long work week. Oh, I'm gonna take a bath. Maybe play some games or watch TV. You self-care it up, Kate. If you don't, don't test me. I will yeet you into self-care myself, okay? Don't test me. I swear. I did that last Sunday. It was really nice. I did like a face mask. It was great. It felt great. Okay, where were we? Excuse me. If it's not obvious who the effigy is supposed to be, label it with the name of the deceased. It was pretty obvious who they were, because she did them so detailed. After prepare- Is the music loud? Swear to God. Okay. God damn. Okay, after preparing the effigy, burn this Necromomicon to ashes. So she didn't even get to this step. Use caution. Be mindful of carbon monoxide poisoning. Sprinkle the ashes on the effigy and repeat the name of the deceased 3 times. Then close your eyes and wait. After a while, you should feel a light tap on your back. If so, that means the ritual was a success. The ashes are only good for 1 use. The ritual can only be performed once, so use it wisely. The 4 wax effigies that were created for the resurrection ritual, they are exact replicas of the late Rentaro Kaede, Ryoma, and Kirumi. They were hung upside down from the ceiling beams in the Ultimus Artist Lab. Why? Nobody knows. Yeah. This door has a sliding lock. Oh, this was the back door. When Angie's body was found, the sliding lock was locked from the inside. The handle of the sliding lock moves at the slightest touch. Maybe something gold and shiny was on the handle. I think that's from the sword. So I don't know if that means that whoever killed Angie also like brought the sword in there for some reason. But the sword, can you see it there? The sword is sticking out of Kaede. She's like right in front of the door. It's just sticking in the wax figure. I don't understand why. I just don't know. So yeah, that gold stuff's gonna be something important. Tsumugi, Angie had locked herself in the Ultimate Artist Lab since yesterday, working on the ritual. She would not unlock the door unless someone from the Student Council asked her to. The Student Council members were Gonta, Kibo, Himiko, Tenko, and Tsumugi. Art Lab's front door. This door has a cylindrical lock. Monojam swallowed the only key, so it can only be locked and unlocked from the inside of the lab. Whoops. Before Angie's body was found, the door was locked. Yeah, we tried to open it. It was locked. And then Kokichi opened it by picking the lock. Yes. Kokichi can lock and unlock the front door of the Ultimate Artist Lab with his lockpicking. Oh, he can lock it from the outside? That's a little sus. Gold leaf katana. It was stabbed into the hung Kaede effigy. Because the katana is so old, the handle's gold leaf rubs off easily. There was blood on the tip. It was taken from the Ultimate Anthropologist Lab, so only the sheath was left in the display case. Anyone could have entered the lab. Anyone. Because that one didn't lock. Though I am leaning towards, I think, what I said last time was I think it's either Kyo or the anthropologist guy. Or Himiko. Those are like my those are just starting out. Those are my two guesses. In order to perform the cage child, you need 5 people. Okay, so blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we don't have to read all that. I remember. A function that Mew had added to Kibo, he can emit a blinding light from his eyes. Dog statue. The wooden statue that was put on top of the iron cage during the seance. It weighs about 175 pounds. Suichi, Kokichi, Kyo, and Himiko work together to put it up and remove it from the cage. The white sheet that was over the iron cage during the seance. It's very thick and cannot be seen through. There's blood on the back around the middle of the sheet, but I'm wondering if that was like inside or outside. It must have been inside, right? Like what side the thing was facing? Or laid down on, whatever. There's blood on the back around the middle of the sheet, but there's no hole in the fabric. Yeah, that's important. Kyo was the one who placed the sheet over the cage and removed it off the cage. That's sus. Of course, the hole in the corner. A hole that was in the corner of the room the seance was held in. There is space under the floor, so you can see what was dropped there. During the seance, there was a loud sound. Oh, it was completely dark. Yeah, I was talking to Sanzi about this, and I think... Sanzi was thinking maybe that was the sound when she got murdered, but I was thinking, like... Do they have a picture of... Not really. But... in this picture, like where her legs are was kind of, there was a hole and then her legs were like on top of the floorboard that was moved. So my thought is that it was when they moved that board, and I don't know if they were like not anticipating her to be directly on it or something like that, and that's why there was a noise. But I don't know. The iron cage that Tenko was in during the seance, it is around 3 feet high and 5 feet wide. Suichi and Kokichi placed this over Tenko, and Himiko removed it. Yeah. Himiko removed it by herself. But it took both Suichi and Kokichi to put it on. Tenko's blood was on the bottom of the cage. Yeah, so I think this was that it was on top of this, so then the blood would have been splattered. From what though? I don't know. Like the attack or like I don't know. Marker stone. The stone that was by Tenko's body. During the seance, Tenko had been crouched over in the iron cage with her forehead on this stone. The loose floorboard right below Tenko. It was not loose before the seance. How do you know that? How do you know that? There was dried blood on the bottom part of the floorboard. Oh yeah, that was interesting. It was like one section had dried blood and then one section didn't, but it was like so far away from Tenko that it was like, how did the blood get over there though? You know what I'm saying? Tenko's last moment. Tenko died in a crouched position. The injury on the back of her neck was deep, but probably not enough to kill her immediately. No, I'm sad. A magic circle that was drawn with salt. It was drawn on the floor of the room where the seance was held. After Tenko's body was found, the magic circle was trampled on. That made it impossible to check the original shape. Oh, yeah, that might have been important. Kyo might have done something different. He was like, oh, I memorized it. And then Kokichi afterwards was saying like, oh, I wanted to go check the book about that circle or the seance or whatever. So maybe Kokichi was trying to check if Kyo purposely did something not right in the circle. If he's the culprit, then I think that would make sense. You know? He would like purposely do it so the seance would fail, and instead Tenko would be killed. How? I don't know. The sickle that was under the floor in the room the seance was held in. The weapon came from the ultimate assassin's lab, which is Maki. The blade was about 6 inches and the blood was still wet. Crosspiece under the floor? One of those cross pieces that support the loose floorboard in the room the seance was held in. Oh my god, that was a lot of words. Only the portion that supports the floorboard was cut off. It wasn't broken naturally. It looks like someone had purposely cut it. Yeah. Very flat. Dried blood under the floor. A small amount of blood that was on the ground. Under the floor of the room the seance was held in. Oh, I don't like saying that. It was quite far from where Tenko's blood was dripping. Yeah, so that's like the dried blood. Like way away. But this motherfucker made me think he was dead. What a jerk. While Kokichi was investigating the neighboring room from where the seance was held, which I assume is the same room that, like, we found, like, it doesn't even have it here. We found, like, part of the fencing in the wall had, like, rotted away. So someone could have gone in... We were in the middle room. Somebody could have gone in the first room, got under the floor, and then came up to the second room. And then I think that's how they got to Tenko. While she was, like, in that cage. Like, I can't think of any other way that they would be able to do that. He had stepped through one of the floorboards. Yeah. That piece also had a part of the cross piece cut off, the portion that supported the floorboard. Oh... Okay, let's do it. I should have brought a snack. Because I don't have to do voice acting. Okay. Alright, let's go. Begin. Start it.
Now then, let's begin with the basic explanation of the class trial.
Let me know if it's too loud. Oh, I didn't hit on him.
During the trial, you'll present your arguments.
We know
for who the
Monokuma.
culprit is,
Hi,
and vote
Brooklyn.
for
How are
who
you?
done it.
Welcome in.
Vote correctly, and only the blackened will be punished. But if you pick the wrong person,
Teehee ooh woo, I'll kill you
I'll
all.
punish everyone besides the blackened.
Just had cake,
and
I'm
that person
happy.
will
Heck yeah.
graduate from this academy.
Heck yeah.
Also, refusing to vote will result in your death. So you better vote for someone.
Yikes.
Now,
Yikes.
smiles, everyone! It's showtime! Let's get this crazy awesome trial
Oh, what's our vote for
underway!
who's gonna die next? Out of the Cubs. I think Monofuni is next. Though Monodam really doesn't like the other dude either. I don't even remember his name. I'm doing okay, Brooklyn. It's been a day. It's been a day. I almost didn't stream, but my mom convinced me to. I gotta know what happened. I gotta know what happened. You know.
Sorry, everyone. I don't think I'm gonna be much help this time.
Dude, there's no such thing.
Because of Monokuma's disruptions, I couldn't do a thorough investigation.
Yeah, because you're a baby.
I can tell Monokuma is overcompensating to hide his self-consciousness.
Next time, spend less time fixing your hair and more time investigating, spaceman!
Got him. Spaceman. I love it. Gotta know. I gotta know. It's killing me not to know.
Shut up! I don't need to hear some comedy act from you two weirdos.
Two? Oh, Kokichi.
Who did it?
Listen, Himiko, we're
Who
trying to
killed
figure that out.
Angie and Tenko?
We're trying.
Do not let your emotions hasten your judgment. There may be two killers.
Right.
So, our other culprit might not be one of us here.
What? I also haven't considered the thought of two different murders. Right now I'm just like, Kyo either did both, or Himiko either did both. Not like... Or I guess Himiko could have done Angie, and Kyo could have done Tenko? Based on like what happened. I think that's a possibility as well. I don't know.
Hmm? What do you mean?
We'll find out in 5 hours.
The transfer student.
What are you doing, Smoogie?
Maybe our resurrected transfer student dragged Angie and Tenko into the grave.
Stop it! Stop making stuff up!
Say something, Shuichi. It'll be a mess if this keeps going on.
Oh, I have to deal with... I had to do the babysitting? Did he put a halo over Angie's fucking picture? My god. Is it even possible for a revived corpse to be the culprit? No, it's not. Well, in the interest of being thorough, I should clear things up here. My god. This reminds me of the time when here in the first game, when Hiro...
This crime was committed by the recently deceased.
Hiro was like completely convinced that Kiri was the one that was killed, and she's like literally standing right there in the room with them, and he's like, no, I need proof. Like, the proof is right in front of you, dude. He had to like do this whole fucking thing to convince him that wasn't like an imposter Kiri or something. Like, oh my god, what a freak. That guy.
They came back to life and killed 2 of our classmates.
Forehead, effigies.
So, ritual did work?
No.
Who was resurrected, I wonder?
And where did they go?
Angie did say she was gonna bring Rantaro back.
Right.
Yes. Rantaro was resurrected. The culprit is the late Rantaro Amami!
Please,
no.
stop it!
Oh, we're gonna have to see that stupid face a lot. This isn't about believing and reviving the dead. I have to focus on their statement. I know, Suichi! Were all those statements correct? I'm trying
This
to pay
crime was
attention.
committed by the recently deceased. They came back to life and...
Maybe this, because she didn't even get to the point of burning the book? Let's see.
Killed 2 of our classmates!
No!
Just making sure I know what that is.
So, ritual did work?
Wait. Okay.
That's wrong!
Got it. That's wrong? You're wrong. It did not work.
I don't think Angie's ritual succeeded.
But A, because it's not real.
According to the Necronomicon Monokuma showed us,
Is it loud enough?
you have to burn the Necronomicon in the ritual.
Right. After preparing the effigy, burn this Necronomicon. Use caution. Be mindful of carbon monoxide poisoning. Got it. Got it.
If Angie's ritual had succeeded, the book would have been gone.
Right.
So she must have been killed before the ritual was complete, since the book was still intact.
Then, Gonta think Rantaro probably not culprit.
I think it's safe to say that, Gonta.
Oh, I guess you're right.
Atua did it? That's the most
duh.
suspicious thing.
There's no way a dead person could resurrect.
Obviously. Then why are you freaking out?
I can't let that comment stand!
Oh. What's up, Monica?
Sure, everybody knows that you can't bring the dead back to life. But it's easy at the Ultimate Academy, as long as you use the Necronomicon.
Okay.
What are you talking about? There's no way that's possible.
You're just freaking him out, Monokuma. Stop.
But it's true. I never lie about motives.
I mean, sure, but...
Daddy said so. So we can't be wrong. Raising the dead is totally possible.
I don't know about that.
Man, I can't believe you guys wasted
Taro.
such a perfectly good motive. You should have let me use it to bring Monodum back to life.
What?
Monodum is still alive, though.
I'm just kidding. I wouldn't waste a resurrection on Monodum's corpse.
He's dying next. He's dying next. Oh yeah. You're next, dude. You just dug your own grave.
So resurrecting the dead was
Idiot.
actually possible this whole time?
Ah! She
There's
scared
no
me.
way it's possible.
He jumped in the background. It scared me.
There's no way that could happen, idiots.
Idiots.
Monokuma is trying to confuse us. Let's hurry up and find out who the blackened is.
Yeah, Angie's picture
If
has...
our transfer student isn't the
It's
culprit,
weird. There's like a
then
halo
blame
and then...
falls to one
Oh,
of
are those
us.
supposed to be little wings?
Who did it?
We're working on it,
Step
Himiko.
aside, Half Pint. I'll handle this.
Oh, thank goodness, Miu. Let's tell
I
me
don't know
everything.
about Tenko, but I'm pretty fucking sure Kyo murdered Angie.
Why?
Calling him out.
Don't play dumb with me, creep show. I already know what happened.
Tell us, Miu. Tell us. Oh, we have to do this. Okay. Now it's up to bait. What do we got? Front door, back door,
The
lock
culprit
picking.
used a katana to kill.
What's Sumuki's account? Oh, it has to be this one because Kyo wasn't part of the student council. Okay.
Kill Angie. And it was found in Kyo's research lab.
Right.
Which makes you, Kyo, automatically suspicious.
But
Suspicious.
anyone could have taken that katana, you see.
So that rusty katana was the murder weapon.
We don't know that
You
yet.
were the only one who cared about that thing, Kyo.
I did not care about some katana.
Just admit it, you shit-eating worm.
Oh my god.
Went to the classroom, broke in.
Oh wait, it's here. Okay.
That's wrong.
I didn't have to listen to the whole thing this time. I do smart.
No, Kyo would not have been able to enter Angie's lab.
Yeah. Can't lockpick, and he's
Isn't
not
that right, Tsumugi?
Yeah. Before Angie locked herself up in her research lab, she said she wasn't going to open up for anyone but student council members.
And Kyo is not a member. She wouldn't have opened the door for him.
Kyo couldn't have killed Angie even if he wanted to.
Oh. You
I
don't
had
say.
no desire to kill her in the first place.
That's what they all say.
So whoever killed Angie must have been one of the student council members, yeah?
I think so, Spaceman.
I was doing a bit to lead you to the right answer.
Oh, the bit.
Can't believe you actually got it.
Wow, good job, Mew.
Whoa, how clever.
You can just ignore her, Gonta.
The remaining student
Oh.
council members are Gonta, Kibo, Tsumugi, and Himiko.
Right.
Well, it can't be Himiko. She was besties with Angie.
That makes her more suspicious.
I trust their friendship. You guys do too, right?
Right.
Yeah, of course.
Gonta, please.
Can we trust their friendship so readily?
Obviously. Let's believe
Angie
in
totally
them.
corrupted Himiko. They weren't friends.
That
I was
trims
just
our list
using
of
her.
suspects down to 3. Gonta, Samugi, and Kibo.
Yep. The culprit is one of those 3 people.
You mean one of those 2 people? Cause a robot ain't people, Jack!
Oh, good one. Good one, Mew. You got
I
him.
will let that remark slide. Anyway, aren't these accusations just a tad too hasty?
That's robophobic.
What else? The culprit should confess already. Gonta, Keyboy, or Samugi?
Well, by your standards, that would be no fun.
No, not Gonta.
That would
Gonta
be
never
no
kill
fun
Angie.
whatsoever.
Yeah, Gonta's a gentleman. You shouldn't suspect either of us.
Which is a gentleman.
Hey, stick up for me too.
Gonta definitely not hurt anyone. Torture Gonta if you don't believe.
Oh, Gonta.
Torture might be a bit too far, but Gonta and I aren't the culprits.
And I'm not the culprit either.
Or Kibu.
Gonta not culprit.
Not the culprit.
Okay. This thing that makes me dizzy. Okay. Backdoor lockpicking.
We must consider other possibilities. Surely there must be suspects outside the student council.
That's utterly impossible.
A dead chick
Not just
can't be the
anyone can open
culprit.
that door. Only student council members had access.
Oh, I got it. I'm always scared to do those, but I've been doing it pretty well. That's robophobic. That's very fun.
No, it wasn't just student council members that could have opened that lab door.
Yeah, Kokichi.
What was it you said earlier about Kyo opening the door, Shuichi?
What door?
Unless you're a student council member, you can't enter Angie's
Oh.
lab.
Right?
That's all we're talking about, idiot.
I was referring to Kyo. He couldn't have done it, but you could have. Because I saw you open the classroom lock by picking it.
Yep. I don't think he's the culprit then. Pulled out some thin needles and did the lockpicking thing. Let's go. I got it. He opened the door.
Oh, that happened? I totally forgot.
I totally forgot.
So you're going to pretend you don't remember, huh?
Quit glaring at me like that. Of course I remember.
Leave Kokichi alone. Brooklyn
Yeah.
probably.
I did it. I killed Angie.
No, you didn't.
Wait, what? What did you just say?
I picked the lock to her lab, snuck into the room, and then wham! Killed Angie. The culprit was me, all along.
No, it wasn't.
What?
What are you saying? Is this some kind of joke?
Nah, no joke. I thought that if I confessed, I could atone for my sins.
Oh, whatever, dude.
And it helped. I feel so much better.
So we believe him? Maybe we should. Bye-bye.
Wait, so Kokichi really is culprit?
No, Gonta. Keep up.
No, he's lying. I think. Maybe?
Definitely.
He's lying. I'm certain of it.
Yeah. That's all he ever does.
No. Definitely not a lie.
No.
I killed Angie.
What the heck was that?
Shouldn't you guys believe the culprit when they confess?
Not if it's you freak.
Then let me ask you, culprit. How did you lock the room?
Huh? Well, it's the same as opening it. You pick the door closed from the outside.
No, that doesn't make sense.
Didn't you just say he could do both?
Huh? What doesn't make sense? Can't you lock a door by picking it?
What?
Maybe, but that's not how the culprit locked the room. They used a different method.
What different method? Yeah, Mumbles. Use your big boy voice and explain yourself.
Wow! Sound effect.
There were 2 doors to the classroom.
Sounded
and the
like
one
that meme.
locked last was.
Back. Enter! Okay.
That's it.
Got it.
The back door. That's how they made this a locked room mystery.
The back door had a sliding lock, yes?
Yes.
How was it locked from the outside?
I think he was insinuating that just shutting it hard would
a certain tool.
Push it over. The tool the culprit used to lock the sliding lock from outside was... Oh, not this again. Shit, how did I do this? Oh yeah, it's by... Oh, no, they couldn't have used the sword. Was it the sword? Oh. The sheath? Are those my two options? What's over here? Oh. No. How do I... Whoops. What's why it's supposed to be a game? Not that. Am I supposed to hold it? Oh good lord. Right click to select object? Okay, so it's just the wrong object is what they're getting at? Well, they couldn't have used the sword because the sword was in the room, right? Monokuma? Oh god. There's hidden Monokumas in this? Jesus Christ, dude. Jesus Christ. Okay, so it was the sword, but that literally makes no sense.
I see it.
I don't see it. I don't see it, Suichi. I don't see it. What are you talking about?
Katana that was stabbed into Kaede's effigy.
Okay.
The culprit used that to hit the knob of the sliding lock to lock the door.
So the gold leaf was in the sliding lock
Because when the katana hit the lock, some of the gold leaf rubbed off on it.
Then how did it get in the effigy?
The gold leaf on that katana did peel rather easily.
You're making no sense, Suichi.
That evidence rings a bell. Specifically, a skull
Go
bell.
away, Monokuma. Don't even start with me. I already...
Are you talking about a different
Shh, we don't need to talk about it.
What was it?
We don't need to talk about it.
Now, that doesn't matter anymore. Let's not dwell on the past.
Yeah, let's do that.
Ooh, the gold leaf landed on the sliding lock when the katana touched it. So that means the culprit used the katana to move the sliding lock, right?
From the outside?
But wait, how did they move it with the katana? And
Okay,
from
thank you.
outside Angie's lab.
I'm so confused, dude.
The clue that might give us the answer is the layout of the area itself. It was an odd setup after all.
Yes.
The katana stabbed into the effigy. The effigies hung upside down.
I wonder if the culprit did all that.
Angie didn't do that as part of the ritual?
No. Nowhere in the Necronomicon did it say you had to hang the effigies.
If it was not part of the ritual, then it must have been for a different purpose, right?
A different purpose. What could that have been? To confuse us? The culprit somehow used the setup to lock the room. In that case, I need to know the reason behind every step of that setup. Ah. If I do that, the way the culprit locks the room should be clear! Oh, it's the taxi. Okay, wait. How do you make controls? Move, accelerate, decelerate, space, focus. Okay. Oh! I almost had an accident. Ooh. I tried to brake, but it didn't. It didn't really work out. For some reason, this reminds me of the old school Game of Life game that I had on my PlayStation. The car just like looks really similar. I don't know. Oh. What turned the handle of the sliding lock? The katana? That's what they're insinuating, right? But I don't understand why or how. What turned the handle of the sliding lock? It must have been the hills, right? Yeah. Okay. Alright. Weird. Making no sense, but okay. Next question. Woo. Ah. I'm scared. I'm going too fast. Ooh. Okay, a couple more. Okay, what was done to make the katana turn the lock? What are my options? What was done to make the katana turn the lock? The katana was stabbed into the effigy. I'm so lost on what they're trying to insinuate here. Reminds you of Cruising USA? Nice. I can steer with my mouse? I'm a fool. I'm a damn fool. It's so much easier. I say as I almost run off the road. Dang, that was a lot of letters. I didn't want to hit that guy. Couple more. How was the effigy manipulated to make the katana affect the lock? Because it was hanging upside down and they like swinged it? That doesn't make any sense. Swinging it back and forth. No? Spinning it? How was the effigy manipulated? Making it fall doesn't make sense because it's not on the ground. Is music's about there? Spinning it, okay. I guess that's it. I got it. Well, the game held my hand on that one.
That's it. The reason the culprit stuck the katana into the effigy was so that it would hit the sliding lock as the effigy spun.
My issue here is in that picture, like, of the effigies. Hold on. Let me see something. Oh, okay. I see what I'm missing now. I was thinking, even though they look completely different, I thought Kaede was closest to the front door. I didn't put two and two together that that was the back door. So yeah, that makes perfect sense. Yeah, that was my bad. I was not thinking of the same door.
Effigy spun?
Wee!
That's right. If you spun the effigy, the rope it was hanging from would twist.
Clever girl.
Then, if you let it go, the rope would unwind and the effigy would spin the other way. And of course, the katana would spin with it.
Interesting.
I see. So the culprit used the katana's counterspin to push the lock into place?
That's
The
pretty
culprit
nifty.
simply needed to spin the effigy's rope, and then swiftly leave. This would cause the spinning katana to hit the sliding lock.
Mm-hmm.
And thus was the back door of an empty classroom locked from the inside.
Interesting.
Yes, that's how Angie's lab was locked. By using the effigy with a katana.
A plan born from the heart of a sword traveling through the air to intercept us.
What is wrong with you?
Oh, but could it have moved the slide lock so easily?
Yes. Monopody's puking over there.
The sliding lock was pretty loose. A little push could move it. As long as the spinning katana hit the lock, it would have slid into position.
Even if the culprit failed the first couple times, they could keep trying until
Yeah.
Which is why the culprit chose to strike at nighttime as to avoid detection.
As you do when you
Yes.
murder someone.
Since the student council prohibited anyone from walking around at nighttime.
Are you saying it's the student council's fault?
Well, kind of.
I didn't say that.
I didn't say that.
In any case, the culprit probably used the murder weapon for this trick. It had to have been the right length to hit the sliding lock from the effigy.
The culprit couldn't find a blade long enough in my lab, so they settled for the katana.
Ah.
The other effigies were only hung up so we'd think it was some kind of ceremony. That way, we wouldn't notice the lock trick.
Interesting.
But Kokichi did say earlier that he could have picked the lock closed. I don't want to completely ignore that possibility.
True, true. But you said you couldn't lock it from the
But I
outside.
can't imagine the culprit would have done all this just for a distraction.
Really?
If that's the case, then Kokichi's confession earlier was actually...
I'm not saying it is.
Seriously? You fucking lied again?
I think it's true.
Cough it up, Kokichi!
We are Kikichi, we aren't lying.
Oh, man, you guys got me. Okay.
Dude, we got another like 5 hours of a trial. Shut up and let's move on.
You're telling the truth this
No, he's
time.
not.
I want to say I'm lying, but I'm not.
Then I'm not.
Why did you say you were the culprit?
I wanted to lure the culprit out. If I claimed to be the culprit, then the real culprit would agree as well. You get me?
You got me?
And
Gotcha.
if they pressured me to confess, then that would have looked mighty suspicious. Sheesh. Darn it. It didn't go my way because Shuichi butted in on my plan.
Oh, my bad.
You and your fucking lies! Go sit in the corner and play with yourself!
Stick this finger right up your butthole.
I'll start right now.
Okay, have fun, Kokichi.
Alright, so who's the asshole who set up this locked room mystery?
God damn it, you.
You? I can't hold it up anymore.
What's the matter? You going soft
Oh
on me now?
my god.
Who made the locked room mystery doesn't matter since anyone could have done it. Don't you even understand something as basic as that, you filthy cum dumpster?
Dude, that's fucking rude.
Cum dumpster!
She had to say it.
Finally! Someone finally called me a cum dumpster!
Is Spike Chunsoft okay?
What should we talk about now?
Thank you, Gonta. Thank you.
We must focus not on the locked room, but on who entered Angie's lab.
Gonta's freaking out.
Only one of the student council members or Kokichi could have gained entry.
Right.
Therefore, the culprit must be among their number.
I mean, sure.
That leaves us with 4 suspects.
Is that a request?
Gonta,
Can we stop there and be yeah, she's so unabashedly
Don't forget
sexual.
Himiko. She's also a part of the student council.
Yeah, don't forget Himiko.
Doesn't matter if she was besties with Angie, she's still a suspect.
Yeah. Aw, Tank.
That contradicts what you said earlier, which I can prove using my recording function.
Oh, the recording function. Let's go.
It's fine. That's just a waste of time.
Not the hot.
A suspect?
Yes, Himiko. Sorry.
Never kill Angie!
That's what the culprit would say.
So, calling all suspects, what should we discuss next? I want to hear everyone's opinion. What would you say to get yourself off the suspect list?
You watch too much
Why are you
CSI.
trying to lead the debate? You're a suspect too.
Silence, outsider.
Oh.
Only the suspect rangers are allowed to speak.
Oh, the suspect rangers. My bad.
Suspect rangers?
I agree. Those under suspicion should explain themselves thoroughly.
Where were you? Blah, blah, blah. Alibis.
We might
please.
catch them with their pants down!
Alibis. Mio, could you calm down?
Anyway, I want to ask the suspect rangers. What should we talk about? What should we say to get ourselves off the suspect list? Well, guys, I want to hear what you think.
I mean, nobody really has an alibi.
That's sort of a difficult question, you know?
They were all supposed to be sleeping.
Gonta not smart enough to know answer to that.
Oh, Gonta, you're doing great.
Yes, it is difficult to formulate a logical response to that question.
Not articulate with words, huh? Don't you guys want to prove your innocence?
they don't trust you one bit, and I don't blame them. You're probably plotting.
Why did Tenko have to die?
Oh, my heart.
Huh?
I want to know what happened to Angie too, but can we talk about Tenko's case now and not just
Yes,
Angie?
let's.
I got you exactly where I wanted, Himiko.
Oh.
What do you mean?
The 2 victims could have been killed by 2 separate murderers, you know. So we need to find the first blackened responsible for the first victim. We gotta figure out who killed Angie. Until we solve Angie's case, Tenko's case is meaningless.
This is giving me like a deja vu from the first game in Sakura's case when Kiri was talking to Kikya and she was like, you don't consider people's feelings and it's gonna bite you in the ass sooner than later, and then did. And I'm having like the deja vu about it. Like obviously she was like seriously like aching and hurting that Tenko was killed, and you're just like, ha, got him, like an asshole.
Would you suggest that to waste our time?
It's not meaningless!
Yeah, see? She's gonna knock you right the fuck out. You're right next to her, dude. I would shut your mouth if I were you.
Tenko's death was meaningless? How dare you! Poor Tenko! How could you do this to her?
stop it with your crappy lies.
Shut up, dude.
Lies?
Everything you said is total BS.
You have my right
You didn't give two shits
to magic
about
him
Tenko when
into
she
hell.
was alive. But now you're like, oh no, poor Tenko, after she's dead. Come on, really?
She was never really rude to Tenko.
Enough!
What is he talking about?
No. It's okay. It's no
Was she
surprise.
crushing too the whole time? Oh, I'm gonna cry.
Tenko before. That's why I'm so upset now.
Oh,
I should face Tenko. Work things out with her while she was still alive.
it's okay, baby girl.
But now, it's too late. I can't complain to her or thank her.
I'm gonna cry, dude.
It's too late.
Yeah, seriously. It's way too late to realize that now.
Thanks, Kaito. Don't need to cry anymore.
Our only option is to face her death head on.
Yeah. Face her death?
Himiko, I understand what you're going through.
Really?
So I'm gonna help you out. Let's work together to find the truth.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about Angie. Let's solve
I'm
Tenko's
not
first
gonna
and then
let
deal with
anyone
Angie
say
later.
her death didn't matter.
I really don't care.
Kaito! Alright. I'll put a silencing curse on whoever calls Tenko's death meaningless.
Perfect. Do it right now for
The
Kokichi.
name of the curse is Death Curse!
Right now. He's literally right beside you. So easy.
I suppose being dead would silence someone pretty good.
True.
Listen up. All you
Oh
guys
my
are gonna
gosh.
help out too. Abandoning someone who died and only thinking about your own survival.
Exactly.
That's just as bad as a hit and run. I won't forgive something so messed up.
Alright. It's...
Tenko was our friend. Gonta wanna know why she died too.
Oh.
I already told you that's so unnecessary. We're getting sidetracked here.
No,
Who's
even
that?
if it was a different culprit, we need to know how Tenko died.
Thanks for ruining the moment as per usual, Kaito. It's okay. I'm already gonna cry again. Let's deal with Tenko and call it it. Yeah, honestly, I don't... You know what? I'd rather just die. I really don't care who killed Angie. How about you just kill all the rest of us now? And we just end this. Like, imagine, what if we, like, find out Tenko's killer, like, first, legitimately, and then, like, slowly find out that it was the same person that killed Angie. That would be crazy.
If we don't find out who killed her, we won't be able to work together. Not now, not ever.
Go on.
Even if this trial isn't for her, in order for us to survive, we need to get to the bottom of Tenko's death.
I agree.
Not just to survive this trial,
Hopefully.
so we can keep going.
I don't think
and
he killed
live
them.
on.
So thankfully he will also cease to exist. Kaito!
Finally, you noticed.
Oh.
Jeez, you're so slow.
God damn it, Kokichi. You're so annoying!
Did Kokichi want us to notice?
Don't listen to his crap. We haven't decided whether there were two different culprits yet.
Let us talk about Tenko's case then.
Yes, thank you.
Perhaps that will provide us a clue.
Get Angie out of here. Knock her sign over. I don't want to see it.
Maybe.
They're not wrong, but I don't mind going over Tenko's case. But that was an abrupt change of topic. Was it intentional?
So what do we talk about first?
Himiko?
For now, let's see if we can narrow down the list of suspects.
What did I say before? That... Yeah, Himiko killed Angie and then Kyo killed Tenko. That's what I kind of like went into this thinking. And it's kind of starting to make more sense. I wonder.
Tancrouch probably got killed during the seance, so everyone there's suspicious.
That's so mean, Mio! Your nicknames are mean. Stop it. Yeah, he was gonna pick and hit you. The people who attended the seance. Me, Kokichi. This one.
That's it.
That's it.
It was me, Kyo,
Tenko killed
Himiko,
Angie, and Himiko
Kokichi.
killed Tenko. That would be crazy
So
too.
those four are the culprits.
Yikes.
Oh, Himiko's still culprit?
Uh-huh. Weird. Coincidence.
Well, that's probably just a coinkydink.
Yeah.
The most suspicious out of the 4 is really...
Is that how you actually spell coinkydink? I don't think I've ever tried. Coinkydink. Weird. Weird. I never would imagine it was spelled like that.
Keo. He suggested the whole seance idea.
Mm-hmm.
True, I may have suggested it, but I explained the procedure beforehand, yes? If we all knew of it before the murder, then we are all equally suspicious.
Right.
Well, I suppose, but...
In addition, the seance wasn't entirely in my control either.
Oh?
I was not the one who selected the room we performed it in. It was Himiko.
True. There are 3 empty rooms. Which one shall we use? The middle room. The middle room's always best for stuff like this. Really, really, Himiko. Very well. I shall begin the preparation.
Oh, right.
Wait. I posted this in Discord, but I need y'all to see it right now. 1 second. 1 second. It's super duper important. It's super duper important. I'm gonna quickly mute the desktop. And... okay. Fuck, not the ad. Okay, okay, watch this. No, ads! Stop. You gotta stop. You gotta stop.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to...
Okay.
It is being loaded up. Okay.
Hi, Game Grumps. This is Chris Tergliafera, the voice actor for Gundam Tanaka. Your fan Emily got you this cameo. And I've been watching your Danganronpa streams, and they're highly entertaining.
Really?
They're making me laugh a lot. They're not making everybody laugh, though, and they're here to tell you about it. Dan and Aaron, it is I, the supreme overlord of ice, Gundam.
This guy is awesome.
I saw the little video of my intro and what you said about it. When you were guessing my name, you chose to say that I was Bruce Dracula or Steve. Do I look and sound like a Steve?
I might look like a Steve.
Sound like Bruce Dracula. Maybe a little. But what else would I expect from 2 people whose handles are Aaron, Ego Raptor. How clever. Dan as Danny Sexbane of the band Ninja Sex Party. Anyway, disrespect my name again. However, I will say, Dan, thank you for being a fan of the voice. But one last thing I will leave you with. My Dark Davas would never, ever eat hot chips. That stale cardboard. I do not care what they dust it with. It is vile. And also, I heard you suggested one of my Davas was a murderer in a trial. Huh, how preposterous.
The fuck?
Wow, that's fantastic.
Oh my god, I love it.
Cameo.
I thought, like...
I was watching it, I was like, oh my god, I can't believe this is happening right now. So excited. Oops. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Ugh. So funny. I love it. He hasn't streamed in a while. Trying to get that sick ad rev? Yeah, like 900 subs away. Just 900. Easy. That's so cool, right? And someone got a cameo from the guy who voices Monokuma for them as well. When they first started the second game. It is so cool. I love it. I love it. Okay, back to murder.
Also, we should not limit our suspects to only those who participated in the seance.
Yeah, because they could have gone in the other end.
The empty room had a point of entry from outside, you see.
Wait, how do you know about that? A point of entry from outside he must be referring to. How do you know about that, Kyo? Do I click here?
There!
Yeah. How did you know? He's looking more
You're
sus.
talking about under the floor, right?
We never talked to him about under the floor.
Huh? Under the floor? Yes, there's a crawl space under the floor a person can move through. There was also a hole that connected it to the neighboring room.
Yeah.
If the culprit used the hole, they could have entered and exited the seance room.
Right.
If we consider that possibility, then there is another suspect.
Tell me. Who is it?
Another suspect? Who?
It's appearing before me.
Oh boy.
Oh, I can see it clearly. The true identity of Tenko's killer.
It was me! Oh, good lord. Alright, what do they have to say? We've got cage child, loose floorboard, flashlight, and hole in the
sneaked in during the seance.
Oh, that was kind of cool.
By crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light.
What light?
Light? You mean candle?
No.
I mean Kibo's flashlight function.
That would be way too bright. We would have seen that.
Now, hold on a second.
We would have seen that from under the floor.
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor.
That doesn't make any
sneak
sense.
into the empty room during the seance.
That doesn't make any sense.
I said hold on a second.
I'm with you, Kibo.
He
It's
used
okay.
his robot functions to commit the murders.
Hold on a second.
Oh my god. It's true that with a little light, you could move around under the floor. But is that possible?
The culprit sneaked in.
Okay, so what have we got? Okay. And what else do we have?
During the seance.
And loose floorboards? I don't think it's I don't think it's Kibo. There's dried blood on the bottom part. Huh. How did they find the Hellhole earring? Literally, how? Yeah, it's a blinding light. There's no way... Oh, maybe I have to do a lie?
Crawling under the floor.
I'm not good at the lying.
But it was pitch black during the seance.
Okay, what do we have to shoot at?
How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
I mean Kibo's flashlight function.
I can agree with Candle.
Now, hold on a second.
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor and sneak into the empty room during the seance.
I said hold on a second.
He used his robot functions to commit the murders.
Hold on it.
Sorry, Kibo. Just wait.
Second.
Okay, what is the cage child one says again? It says like the whole thing, right? In order to perform a dark place with no light. So we're trying to figure out how they saw under there. And I'll follow the light. A little light, you could move under the floor. But is that possible?
The culprit sneaked in during the seance by crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain...
With the room as dark as it was, what would need a light? No? Okay. I got that backwards. Owie!
The culprit sneaked in during the seance.
Maybe it's
under the floor.
because in this truth bullet it says that he has like a blinding light, so that's what we're saying it would be impossible. You mean a candle?
Could have used that function.
What? Sure, it's cramped under the floor, but there's enough room for one person to move around. Okay. Okay, don't die, sweetie. It's okay. Really? No. What do you want? What do you want from me, game?
I mean, Kibo's flashlight function.
Kibo?
Huh? Now hold on a second.
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor and sneak into the empty room during the seance.
I said hold on a second.
He used his robot functions to commit the murders.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
The culprit sneaked.
I'm confused. Do I have to do that lie thing again? I don't know how to do that, dude. And what do I even use it on? I think I have to hold it, right? But I don't even know which one to do it on. I guess we'll just try a couple.
In during the seance by crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see,
maybe
our
this
villain had a
on
light.
what Gonta says?
Light? You mean...
No! Just with candles? Really? We went down there with a candle? There's no evidence to support that?
Damn it!
What do you want from me, game? What do you want?
The culprit sneaked in during the seance by crawling under the floor.
We're trying to prove that they could see down there? I'm so confused. It was not loose before the seance. Huh. I'm so
But it
confused.
was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see it?
Because it wasn't dark. You
I'm just gonna try random shit.
had a light.
I'm probably gonna die this way. I could look it up too. Because it was dark as a
Candle?
I'm Kibo's flashlight function.
Huh? Now hold on a second.
Use that function to get under the floor.
Huh.
I was wrong.
Yeah, especially if they had. Oh my god, dude.
The culprit sneaked in during the seance.
Okay, I'm looking it up. I have no idea what they want from me. Is this history? Square with it. What do you want from me? I'm the 6th statement villain. She's the 4th bullet. Actually, I'm talking. Wait, it's telling me to...
By crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during this.
I already forget. The whole one, okay.
Seance. How could they even see if they were... Because it wasn't dark out.
You villain had a light.
That's wrong!
I don't know. I don't understand what they wanted from me there. That happens a lot in these games.
I don't think the culprit could have used a light while under the floor. There was a hole in the corner of the room.
Right.
If a light were used, it would have leaked through.
That I had that so backwards. I thought we were trying to prove that someone could have put a light on it. What the fuck? I'm an idiot.
When we did the seance, the room was definitely pitch black.
So a light was not shined under the floor, which means you cannot claim I am the culprit.
Tell him, people.
Jeez, here I thought this would be the case where the murder could only be done by a robot.
Oh my god, dude.
You have accused me of being the culprit more than once now, simply because I am a robot.
That's robophobic.
My status as a robot does not mean I am capable of performing superhuman feats.
Tell him.
My vision is somewhat poor, and I only possess average physical strength and intelligence.
All right, you made your point. God, now I feel sort of bad for you.
Yeah, you better. I have no idea how this works after all.
Nor need your pity.
Me either. Ah! He's gonna blind us.
With the flashlight! It's way too bright!
Go
It
blind.
would be difficult to move around under the floor in that pitch black darkness.
Right.
Maybe the floor and the hole have nothing to do with this case.
I don't think so. I
Then
disagree.
why was floorboard under Tenko lined up funny? Going to think that was so culprit could stab Tenko from under floor.
That's what I'm thinking, Gonta.
Ooh, nice observation, Gonta. Are you finally getting used to the class trials?
Oh, GG. Go away.
Uh-huh. Thank you.
Don't say it like that. You're better off not being used to this kind of stuff.
Maybe they marked Tenko with glowing paint and looked for that.
The dried blood, maybe?
That'd let the culprit find her. Then they could stab her through the floorboards.
Boy, that sounds really familiar too. But I'm just gonna ignore
This
it.
fucking game.
The corpse didn't have any trace of glowing paint, though.
Oh, yeah. So then why was that floorboard loose?
The loose floorboard was the one under Tenko, right? If the culprit used it while she was still alive, she'd totally notice.
I mean, yeah. But she wouldn't have said anything.
Who fucking cares? Fussing over that won't get us closer to the culprit.
She said she wouldn't say anything.
Dismiss this line of inquiry, however.
I
Instead
think
of
the
butting
cipher
our
be
heads
about.
against this, how about we concentrate on another issue?
Did he just flash us? Yeah.
What other issue?
Ridiculous.
Perhaps first, we should figure out how and when exactly Tenko was killed.
When? So not during seance?
It was during the seance.
Tenko was in the metal cage for the whole seance, wasn't she? How could someone have gotten to her there?
Well, obviously they did somehow if she was alive when she went in and dead when she came out. Maybe the culprit killed her before she went under the metal cage. Absolutely not. These people.
That's not possible. She was alive at that point.
Yeah, she was speaking with us. Mustn't speak. I got it.
Yes. She was unmistakably alive when the seance began.
Yes.
That was right before we blew out the candles. But when the light came back...
The floorboard was removed at that point, so it's likely she was already dead then.
So she was killed when the room was dark?
But she was inside Cage, right? Going to think it impossible to kill her then.
Oh, you better believe it,
She
Gonta.
wasn't killed when the room was dark. It was a different time.
What different time?
A different time?
What different time?
How should I know? You figure it out, shitheads.
Oh my god. I'm just gonna grab something real quick. Ugh, my nails have been making me crazy. Can you gotta find that. Maybe they use magic. Yeah, did you ever think about that, Himiko? Did you ever think about that?
Huh?
Huh?
Since Gonta said it was impossible, I'm proposing an alternate theory.
No, Gonta said it was unpossible.
Now hurry up and think! If you want to make my golden brain tingle, start circle jerking your limp dick brains!
Oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, woman. Where's the sign? Where's the sign? Marker stone, iron cage, white sheet.
Killed. It wasn't during the seance.
It could not have been done at any other time.
Yes.
She was under the cage the whole time.
Yes, she was.
And she was dead when the cage was lifted.
Yes.
What about moment cage was lifted?
Like that.
Oh god, Mew.
When
Keep
cage
it together.
lifted, culprit stabbed Tanko real fast. So fast, no one saw.
No, that's not possible.
Oh my!
You got it.
So who lifted the cage?
Himiko did.
It was me.
Mew!
Then obviously Himiko is the culprit.
No.
There's no
Oh my god, woman! Tenko not being killed during the seance? That might not be possible, but there's no evidence for it.
When Tenko got killed.
Okay, so what do we want here? We have the iron cage. Tenko's blood was on the bottom of the cage. Right. And then we have the white sheet. I think I have to use this because they're saying it was as the cage lifted, but it couldn't have been when it said blood on it. Dog statue.
Killed. It wasn't during the seance.
It could not have been done at... She was under the cage the whole time.
Yes,
and
she was
dead when the cage was lifted.
Oh god, I don't need to see this
What
more
about
times than
moment
necessary.
cage was lifted?
Okay.
That's wrong.
Yeah. Incorrect.
No, it wasn't possible to kill her the moment the cage was lifted. Because the inside of the white cloth had Tenko's blood on it. That cloth was removed before the cage was lifted. If Tenko was stabbed then, there wouldn't be blood on the cloth.
What? But how could my golden brain be wrong when it felt so right?
The only possibility is that Tenko was killed during the seance.
I got your remodel right here!
Oh my god.
No, it's still wrong to think that Tenko was killed during the seance.
Why?
What?
What?
I'm gonna prove it right now. My golden brain is gonna go all out!
Alright. You do your best then. Oh, actually I remember how to do this. I have to move with the...
Tenko died after the seance. It happened when the sheet was lifted. That was the moment the culprit chose to stab the fuck out of Tenko through the cage!
Okay.
They stuck the thin blade through the gap, and that clean white sheet got stained blood red!
Oh, it did it!
But the weapon was a sickle. Only the blade could have fit through the gaps.
The blade's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage. It'd be long enough to reach Tenko. Sitting in there with her neck all exposed.
Got it.
Cut through your words.
Got it. That always feels so good when I like see it. I know 100% what to do in like a split second.
Tenko wasn't sitting down inside the cage. She was bent over with her forehead against the marker stone. And the cage itself was about 3 feet tall. The sickle's blade was too short to reach Tenko while she was in that position.
Right.
Then I messed up again?
Yes.
How could this happen? I am so embarrassed.
No worries, Mew. Everyone already knows you're an embarrassment to the human race.
My god, dude.
Yeah, no worries.
Gotcha, please.
How embarrassing!
Oh my god.
If Shuichi is
Stop
right,
setting her off.
then it's impossible for Tenko to have been killed through the cage.
Yes, it's impossible.
She couldn't have been killed during the seance since she was in the cage, right?
If she was killed then, the cloth over the cage would have been pierced.
No.
Not during the seance or from below the floor. Then it's impossible, isn't it?
Yeah, for a living person.
Oh, don't start with this shit again.
Huh?
Gonna get Kaito all riled up.
What if Angie's spirit killed Tenko?
What are you talking about? That's not possible.
We don't know that. Some things are impossible for a human, but not for a spirit.
Don't say stupid stuff like that. Screw spirits.
She's sweating.
Stop that now.
Angie's spirit killed Tenko? Why?
Because Tenko killed Angie?
Himiko?
Why would Angie's spirit kill Tenko?
What if Tenko killed Angie, and then Angie's spirit came back for revenge?
Like I said, that's impossible. Spirits can't be culprits.
May the power of Christ
Then
compel you.
explain how the culprit
Yes.
killed Tenko under these impossible circumstances.
It's not impossible. We haven't talked about everything yet.
See? You can't explain, can you? Only a spirit could have done
Wait, I know. What if the culprit was hiding inside the cage?
Dude, what?
If they were in there, they could have stabbed Tenko during the seance.
But she was there, then we put...
No. If there was someone else in the cage, we would have
I
noticed.
agree with Kaito. The culprit could have been inside the cage.
You do?
Nonsense. There was no space in the cage for the culprit to hide.
Maybe the culprit wouldn't need to hide in the first place.
What?
Also, the culprit could have killed her in the cage at any time. I think you know what I'm getting at, right?
That they were under the floor? The they she's referring to. Everyone in the seance. Wrong. Who could have killed Tenko inside the cage at any... Tenko herself? I am narrow-minded. Leave me alone. What if... Oh, I don't want to think about it. I don't want to think about that. Fucking Angie. Fucking weirdo. Of course I went the long way. Why would she do that?
I believe Maki is referring to Tenko herself.
What did you say?
We're not on the suicide chapter yet. Stop it.
Are you saying
That's next time.
Tenko was the culprit?
Stop.
She committed suicide.
Suicide?
If she committed suicide, it would explain a lot of things we couldn't figure out.
It was suicide. Because she moved the floorboard, went under, got the sickle, stabbed herself, and that they made a point to say she didn't die instantly. So then she was able to toss the the sickle under the floor again, but I guess didn't have time to like push the board back. I don't want it to be. Hi, Dan. How are you? Welcome in. You're cute, little emotes. Ah! I don't want this to be true. I don't want it. I don't want to play this game anymore.
She volunteered to be in the cage and then stabbed herself during the seance.
Oh, baby.
But the sickle she was stabbed with was under the floor, right?
Right.
If Tenko had stabbed herself, wouldn't the sickle still be inside the cage?
Oh my god. Mew actually said something smart.
Perhaps that explains why the floorboard was removed.
Thank you! Can we please talk about the
After stabbing
floorboard?
herself with the sickle, she threw it underneath the floor.
Thank you, Q. Thank you.
So she took off the floorboard to get rid of the sickle?
No, I think she planted it there.
Yes, that makes sense to
Because
Gota.
they said someone purposely cut the
Well, it doesn't make sense to me.
whatever, the beam that was keeping it up.
Tenko to commit suicide.
Really? You're all in a pretty fucking shit
Maybe I
situation.
wasn't too far off with the theory I had earlier.
If I was in there, I'd probably want to kill myself too. Yeah, that would make sense, but why? I don't know, just like overwhelmed and scared. You're tired. Tabbing people up before I got you. Have fun, much love. Thanks, Nin. I hope you have a good sleep. Goodbye. Yeah, I don't know.
You know, about Tenko killing Angie.
Yeah?
Maybe that too.
Because Tenko and Angie were fighting for your attention, right?
Angie, when did you brainwash Himiko?
Tenko's pent-up frustration led her to commit such an atrocity. Her conscience couldn't handle it anymore, so she decided to end her own life.
I mean, sounds plausible.
What?
But if she was gonna kill herself, why do it during the seance?
She wanted to hide the truth of her suicide.
Really? Why?
There could only be one reason to hide it in a killing game, right? It's to take us down with her.
Okay.
Take us down?
She wanted us to pick the wrong answer during the class trial.
I don't
So
see
she
her
could
doing
bring
that.
us
I don't see
all
that
down.
being what she would do.
She wanted us to die with her.
I don't think that was it.
Okay, well, she probably just wanted Himiko to die with her, but still.
What are you saying? Tenko wasn't like that. She told me.
Mm-hmm. Keep your chin up and live life facing forward. Survive with me and everyone else. She did say that.
What if all of that was just a lie?
A lie?
Says the liar.
Wait, we should believe Tenko's last words.
The true terror of class trials is that you shouldn't believe everything said.
Himiko, you said that Tenko would never do anything like that. But how can you be so sure? Did you guys actually know each other? People keep all sorts of secrets. Like Maki. She hid the fact that she's a cold-blooded killer.
Okay, thanks for
Is
reminding
it
us.
wise of us to trust other people wholeheartedly in this kind of situation?
Jeez, you're such a naive dude.
Oh, tell him, Kaido.
Naive?
Tell him.
We're all just people, you know? Of course we're gonna have some secrets. What matters is whether there's any malice behind them.
People can lie about how malicious their hidden secrets really are.
Well, duh. It's impossible to know for sure what others are thinking. That's why it all comes down to whether or not you believe in yourself.
Okay, here it comes. The Kingdom Hearts
If
speech.
betrayed, it's not their fault. It's your fault for believing in them.
Really?
That's why I believed in Maki Roll.
because I wanted to believe in her.
I think it's a mix of both, dude.
Just because you're acting all cool doesn't mean you get to skip training.
Yeah, you tell him.
Hey, come on. Don't you think you're being a little too strict?
And you're a big baby. He doesn't like ghosts.
Well, we come from different backgrounds. So for now, let's agree to disagree. No one's ever called me naive before. And from Kaito? Seriously?
Kokichi is shook.
Whether or not I believe, my heart can't reach Twinkle anymore.
Aww.
But I want to believe in her.
Doesn't really fit her character, yeah. Something
She
doesn't add
wouldn't
up.
commit suicide. She wouldn't try to take us down.
Yeah. I mean, it's possible, but I don't think she would have done it for, like, a bad reason.
Me too. Gonta, no can believe Tenko commits suicide.
Ah!
But if Tenko did commit suicide, that would answer all of our questions.
If you insist we believe in Tenko, then provide a reason to do
Yeah,
so.
but someone still could have gone in the other room and crawled over and killed her. A
All
proper
right,
reason.
I'll give you a reason.
Is there a reason?
Yes, there is. Will you trust me, Maki?
Uh-oh. What is this,
If it
Aladdin?
turns out I'm wrong, you can blame me all you like. But for now, I need you to trust in my detective work.
Ha! You're so funny, Suichi. Yeah, same, Maki. I don't believe Tenko would kill herself because of what she said. Okay, everyone, I'll see you guys after the seance. She said, see you guys after. I doubt that she had a sudden change of heart. Just because we don't know how she was killed doesn't mean that it was suicide. Okay, great. We're not going down that road right now. That's for the next trial. We shouldn't be satisfied with that, and if we keep thinking, we'll find the truth. And that means we have to believe in Tenko. Tenko! I'll make them all believe. I don't know why I'm singing. What an astute observation. Mr. Detective. Tenko's last moment's hole in the corner.
Suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Or
Her plan was to take us down with her.
no.
So she hid her true intentions.
Tenko's not that kind of person! But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
She could have secretly brought the sickle and then stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength, she threw the sickle underneath the floor. All the pieces fit.
Everyone thinks that Tenko committed suicide, but only because they're lashing onto the easiest answer. To get out of this, I need to make them think their suicide theory wouldn't work.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down.
This one, I think. Yeah.
With her. So she hid her true intentions.
At the end. At the end. I like all the text.
Last of her strength.
What? You gotta be kidding me. She would have been able to throw it away in time? No? Oh, I was doing it. That was backwards.
I was wrong!
I was wrong!
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Okay, so...
Plan was to take us down with her.
I don't think it's this. Do I have to lie? These trials are so complex. No other injuries were detected. Gotta be joking, kidding me, dude. Boo-hoo, Puichi. Yeah, you tell him. So what do you want? These trials are too hard.
Hid her true intentions.
I am not a pro gamer.
Tenko's not that kind of person! But But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
She could have secretly brought the sickle and then stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength, she threw the sickle underneath the floor. All the pieces fit.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her.
Huh.
I was wrong!
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
Tenko's not that kind of person! But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
She could have secretly brought the sickle.
Wait, I want to do the lie thing. She could have hidden the sickle under her clothes. If Killer Girl says so, then I believe it. Wow. Wow. Use it to find the why. Me no brain worky. Oh! I almost died. You hit it wrong, you gotta win.
Suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
Tenko's not that kind of person! But if Tenko did...
It hasn't been working for like a month.
commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
She could have secretly brought the sickle
Not the sickle.
and then stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength, she threw the sickle underneath the floor. All the pieces fit.
Everyone thinks that Tenko committed suicide, but only because they're lashing onto the easiest answer. Get others any to make them think their suicide theory wouldn't work.
So far, suicide
Why
seems
wouldn't
to
it
be
work,
the best
though?
explanation.
Her plan was to...
Anyone here again?
to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
Tenko's not that kind of person! But if Tenko
The
did
sound
commit
effects.
suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
No, she was
could have
killed.
secretly brought the sickle.
Brought the sickle? Do I have to...
Stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength,
Maybe this on the thing. Hi, Kuzuchi. Hi. I'm no brain today.
she threw the sickle underneath the floor.
I'm trying to figure out. We're trying to prove that Tenko didn't commit suicide, but I'm a little lost, and I'm probably gonna die. But that's okay. It happens. No.
And then stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength,
Lost her strength.
she threw the sickle underneath the floor. All the pieces.
Tenko's death was instant. Well, I tried this one See, but didn't they say that it wasn't instant?
So far.
I'm very confused. Like, a couple of the truth bullets are like not what I remember. Like, this one, it says that the victim was killed by a fatal stab wound to the torso for Angie. They never fucking said anything about the torso. It was the back of the neck and the lacerations on her forehead. Where does this torso come from? And then this one too. It was stuck to her hair. It wasn't stuck to her hair. Maki lifted her body up and it was under her body. And now you're telling me it was stuck to her hair? Hello? Yeah, probably not enough to kill her immediately.
Suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her.
Yeah, I'm dead. Is that evidence? You know what? I'm doing my best. Yeah, I made too many mistakes. I made too many mistakes.
We can't let it.
Don't worry, we're not gonna let it end. It's fine. It's fine. Pro gamer, 0 deaths. The B3 bullets are more confusing. Yeah. So they contradict the truth. Yeah, well, Kyo's saying that Kyo's like, oh, well, she could have thrown the sickle under the floor, like, before she died. And so I'm like, yeah, I agree with that because, but it's not a blue statement, it's a orange statement. Maybe I'll try it again.
Take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
Tinko's not that kind of person.
This game is also very
Commit suicide.
specific.
It would explain how she died during the seance.
She could have secretly brought the sickle and then stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength.
Yeah, that's not it. That was my first guess. She would have been able to throw it away in time now. That is, I suppose, unless her death was instant. That's what I'm trying to tell you about, Kyo. So we're trying to prove that her death wasn't instant? How?
So far, suicide seems to be the best.
She was crouched. Oh, yeah.
Explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
I want to try...
She threw the sickle under the floor. All the pieces fit.
Am I supposed to lie in this one? This game is so confusing because there's so many different elements. Have you tried the Monokuma file in Kyo's statement yet? I don't think so. Because that... Does it say in there that it was instant? No, it just says stabbed in the back of the neck resulting in death. Let's try it.
Suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
Tinko's not that kind of person.
How can you say that?
But if Tinko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
She could have secretly brought the sickle and then stabbed herself with it.
They had too much fun with this text. No, that doesn't work for me. Unless her death was instant. I don't have anything that says her death is instant. Am I like supposed to absorb something?
Suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Can I do that?
Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
Tinko's kind of person! But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
She could have secretly brought the sickle and then stabbed herself with it.
Why would she sneak it with her
Finally,
then?
with the last of her strength, she threw the sickle underneath the floor. All the
Maybe there's something in here. This text is really long though. Place the forehead on a stone and curl up like a turtle. They must do this at the center of the circle. I wonder.
Scissors fit.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation. Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions. Finally, with the last of her
No! I'm looking it up. Yeah. Okay, we did all that. I do have to absorb something. Oh no. Shoot it with a lie bullet of your third bullet. What? Dude. No.
I was wrong!
I was wrong! Okay.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
With the
I should like... Hello? Hello? Did I not literally just look at the answer and it didn't work? What the fuck? Oh, I used the wrong bullet.
So suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Try my best.
Her plan was
to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
I already did this. Oh, I didn't do the lie thing. That's why. So confusing, dude.
strength.
Oh, I did it again. I didn't do the lie one. I have to hold it down. Oh, I'm a fool.
She could have secretly and then stabbed herself.
Yeah, she stabbed herself.
Finally, with the last
Okay.
I'll reveal the truth.
Tenko couldn't have thrown the sickle under the floor.
Okay. I'm confused. I'm so confused with this case. I mean, I've been confused with other cases before, but this one is so like... My brain hurts, same. The streams that we do trials, I should like look up some like roadmap of like everything that there is and like I don't know. It makes me crazy. I hate looking it up, but I can't be wrong.
Instantly.
Okay, but how are we proving that?
Instantly?
Oh, because we were lying. I died. Good night. Her death might not have been instant, but she couldn't have gone far before she bled out.
I'm certain of it. My investigation determined that she died instantly.
It's dead.
What's your
Right away.
opinion, Maki? I'd like to hear it from someone who specializes in murder.
Murder, not the murder.
Maki.
You're right. I completely forgot about that important detail. Tenko died instantly.
Haha, I got him.
What?
As an assassin, I specialize in killing my targets swiftly. I have no doubt that Tenko was killed immediately.
It makes me cry thinking I can finish all 3 games with BC not letting us save. And you want? The trials being really long. Oh, like saving in the middle of the trial? Yeah. Can we just blame him and get over it? Please, God.
Words of a true killer. Pretty sure we can believe everything she said.
Don't you nihihi at me. She's gonna kill you, dude. Thank you, Maki.
How could you forget that, Maki Roll? You better apologize to Shuichi.
Shuichi.
Excuse me?
Yeah, don't.
It's okay, Kaito, really. No apology necessary. Anyway, Tenko died so suddenly that she couldn't have gotten rid of the sickle. Knowing that, the theory that she killed herself just doesn't fit, correct?
I don't like this line.
Tenko wouldn't commit suicide.
Thank goodness, Himiko.
Which means someone definitely killed Tenko during the seance.
Her suicide was considered because we could not determine how she was killed.
Literally not that hard, dude.
No, there must have been a way. We're gonna.
We haven't even talked about the whole the
participants
cut
witness
thing and like
anything peculiar during the seance?
we heard a sound.
If you know something, please speak up. It could be the key to
We heard a
solving this
thunk.
mystery.
Not a bad idea. We should remember what happened at the seance. Let me try to remember. I'm sure there's something. Ooh. I need some kind of clue that will help me solve this mystery. What are we doing? Debate. Debate. Yeah, the sound.
Did anything seem out of the ordinary during the seance?
There is something that bothers me. The fact that the seance failed. The
Okay.
ritual was perfect, and yet it failed. How utterly strange.
Now that I think about it, while we were all singing the song, I heard something fall, I think.
I'm more concerned about how dark it got in there. I mean, it was totally pitch black.
You'd never know
My
anyone
job
was
to
naked.
relight the candles. Moving along the walls was seriously tough.
Oh, poor Kokichi.
Did anything seem out of the ordinary during the seance?
There is something that bothers me.
The fact that the seance failed. The ritual was perfect, and yet it failed.
How utterly strange.
Mm-hmm.
Now that I think about it,
Mm-hmm.
while we were all singing the song,
Yeah.
I heard something fall.
No, don't lie. Shit.
I'm more concerned about how dark it got in there.
Now I do it.
My job was to relight the candles. Moving along the walls was seriously tough.
My goodness.
Did anything
seem out
of the ordinary during the seance? There is something that bothers me.
Fucking
The
virgin.
seance failed. The ritual was perfect, and yet it failed. How utterly strange. Now that I think about it, while we were all singing the song, I heard something fall.
Just shoot. No. Oh my god.
I'm concerned about how dark it got in there. I mean, it was totally pitch black.
This game, I swear to God.
Moving along the walls was seriously tough. Did anything seem out of the ordinary?
Ah, it's so specific. The hitbox is so specific.
The ritual was perfect, and yet it failed. How utterly strange. Now that I think about it, while we were all singing the song, I heard something fall.
Come on, dude.
I'm more concerned about how dark it got in there. I mean, it was totally pitch black.
Wasting my goddamn time.
Moving along the walls was seriously tough.
I'm gonna have to shoot a little lower.
Did anything seem out of the ordinary during the seance? There is something that bothers me. The fact that the seance failed. The ritual was perfect.
I wish slowing it down like actually did it enough so you could shoot it and it wouldn't move after that.
I heard something fall.
Okay. Thank God. Consent. Let's go.
Himiko, you think that something fell because of that sound you heard, right?
Whew. God, this music is not cool.
It sounded like something heavy fell down and hit the floor really hard. What could have fallen down?
Fallen down? There wasn't anything on the ceiling that could have fallen down, right?
Am I wrong? I thought something fell, but...
It didn't fall.
It was pretty loud. It did seem like something hit the floorboards.
Or moved the floorboard? Like something hit the floorboards? I wonder what that could mean. Maybe the sound had something to do with the other thing that happened in the dark. The murder?
This is it!
Yeah.
I think the floorboard
The sound of my panties are beautiful. Bob's spicy today.
That floorboard came loose at some point during the seance, right?
Yes.
Would the floorboard have made such a loud sound, though?
She was on. Oh my god.
It was the sound of an intense impact.
This is what I say,
If
dude.
the impact was that intense, then it could have loosened the floorboard.
That is true. There would have had to be a strong impact to make that sound. But what was it? What could it possibly be? That was a spelling error.
All right, then, let's go with that. We all gotta put our heads together now.
Okay, Kaito. Crickets. Just crickets. Nobody said anything, my god.
So what made the floorboard come loose?
Judging from the sound, there must have been considerable force.
Someone who participated in the seance. Maybe that person tore off the floorboard.
That wouldn't make such a loud crashing sound.
Maybe the wooden statue fell over.
No.
But that statue was still on top of the cage.
Culprit hide under floor.
Thank you, Ganta!
Then stood up with such might.
Okay, no.
But we already said there was no one under the floor.
No, we didn't!
Someone must have stomped through the floorboard.
Jesus Christ,
Floorboard
text.
that comes loose when you step on it is dangerous. God, it's like I'm the only one here who's staying on the ball.
Oh,
You hardly
really?
have any experience with balls to say that, Mew.
Don't be stupid. Don't you know me and balls are the best of friends?
Oh, we're the best of friends. What would have made a strong enough impact to knock the floorboard loose? If I think about everyone's testimony and combine it with the fact...
So what made the floorboard come loose?
Judging from the sound, there must have been considerable force.
Someone who participated in the seance. Maybe that person tore off the floorboard.
Not right. Removing a floorboard in total darkness seems somewhat impossible, does it not? I think it would have been difficult to remove that heavy floorboard during the seance.
I was wrong.
So we're trying to like insinuate
So
it
what
was
made the
before.
floorboard come loose?
Judging from the sound, there must have been considerable force.
Someone who participated in the seance. Maybe that person tore off the floorboard.
Maybe this goes to
That
a
wouldn't
different
make
statement.
such a loud crashing sound.
Maybe the wooden statue fell over.
No.
But that statue was still on top of the cage.
Culprit hide under floor. Then stood up with such might.
When did
But
we...
we already said there was no one under the floor.
When did we agree that nobody was under the
Someone
floor?
must have stomped through the floorboard.
Oh, it moved at the last second, you asshole.
A floorboard that comes loose when you step on it is dangerous. God, it's like I'm the only one here who's staying on the ball.
You hardly have any experience with balls to say that, Mew.
Eh? A dirty
Don't
joke?
be stupid. Don't you know me and balls are the best of friends?
Yeah, let's agree with that.
So what made the floorboard
God,
come
this
loose?
music. I want to try it on Cookies' statement.
Statue fell.
hide under.
And stood up with such might. There was
Someone must have stomped through the floor.
Okay, got it. Look at that jolly little fellow.
Kokichi is right. The floorboard came loose because someone stomped on it.
Right, Bob? Like, pick a side.
The floorboards fit perfect. Going to make sure first time we go to empty room.
When we first saw the room, yes. But when I looked again during the investigation, one of the cross pieces supporting the floorboards was cut off. After examining the cut, I concluded that it must have been done deliberately.
Yeah.
Someone? You mean the culprit, right? Why'd they do that?
No, Junko. Junko
What
and
did the
Oshima?
culprit stand to gain by cutting the cross piece?
What did they stand to gain? That's the question. To solve this case, I need to think carefully about the crosspiece and floorboard. Yeah, about that blood on it. Tenko's body was at one end of the loose floorboard. And the crosspiece that had been cut was on the other end of the floorboard. The unsupported part was outside the cage, so it could have been stomped on. Only one of the crosspieces was cut, the other two remained intact. Hold on. One of them was right under Tenko. And the other one was in the center, right about where the edge of the cage was. What was the culprit attempting to achieve by stomping on the floorboard? Think, come on, think! I don't remember how to do this. Okay, great. What am I trying to spell? S-A... S-E? Secret? So... Nope. Okay. What the fuck? C. What in the world? Seesaw! Okay. I got it. I'm an idiot. But I got it. Seesaw what? Boards? What? F. Uh-oh. I'm gonna die again. Effigy? There's no eyes. Huh? Effect? Jesus Christ.
I see now.
Seesaw effect. Got it. Yeah, Seesaw.
That's right. The floorboard might have been used as a seesaw.
Secret tunnel. They showed a whole, imagine. A whole image. Listen. I'm not the brightest crayon, but at least it's in the box. I don't know why they would use the word seesaw, but whatever. I mean...
The crosspiece at one end of the floorboard had been cut off. The other two cross pieces holding up that board were close to the cage. Meaning, if you were to apply force to the end of the floorboard with no crosspiece, the next crosspiece would act as a fulcrum to turn the floorboard into a lever. A lever capable of lifting up Tenko's entire body.
But how did she get... Where's the weapon? How did she get stabbed? Because there was no hole in the cloth. But there was blood on the cage and the cloth that I'm pointing, like you can see. In between the statue and Tenko. So was the weapon hidden? Huh. I don't know. Puzzling. I'm not even in the box. No. There's a box for everybody.
Lift it up?
Yeah, that sounds like a seesaw, alright. But why bother lifting Tenko's body?
They couldn't have killed Tenko like that, unless they used the sickle.
That's exactly it. Using the seesaw trick, it was possible to kill Tenko with a sickle.
Like being in the cage?
How?
It was Kyo.
In order for the culprit to kill Tenko with a seesaw trick,
It was Kyo.
the placement of the sickle is the most important factor.
I'm almost positive. The floorboard seesaw, the cage, and the blood on the white fabric. What conclusions can I draw from this? There's only one place the sickle could have been that is consistent with the evidence. It was at the top of the cage.
That's it!
Yeah.
The sickle was at the top of the iron cage, with the blade facing down. The reason we didn't see it was because of the fabric covering the cage.
Oh.
Also, the wooden statue kept the blade in place. It's true that the sickle's handle was thick, which made the statue wobble. But the statue's weight kept it from falling over. Once everything was in place, if you stepped hard enough on the seesaw...
That's so sad.
Tenko's body would have shot upward and hit the blade on the top of the cage. She was bent over, meaning the sickle's blade would have connected with her neck.
Dude!
The 6-inch sickle blade wasn't long enough to stab Tenko in her crouch position. But with the floorboard acting as a seesaw, it could compensate for the blade's length.
Bringing the victim to the sickle rather than bringing the sickle to the victim. That's definitely an unorthodox idea.
Good job, Tibo. Good laugh. Thank you.
It's crazy, but it would explain how Tenko got stabbed.
Did I say that? I think you did, yeah.
So the sound we heard was the culprit stomping on the floorboard.
That impact make floorboard come loose.
Looks like we got ourselves a good old-fashioned seesaw homicide.
Oh, sure. Like that happens all the time.
What the hell's a seesaw homicide? That's fucking crazy!
Okay, Miyu, calm down.
The craziness is what really makes the killing game fun, you know?
Yeah, I know.
They can't get away with murder the normal way, so they gotta think outside the box. Kudos, culprit! You did a great job keeping me entertained.
Cool.
Indeed. Well played, Himiko.
It was Kyo.
Yeah?
It absolutely was Kyo.
It was you, wasn't it? The one behind the seesaw homicide.
Why did that like go by so fast? Oh, weird. That face, I know.
Huh?
Why her?
Because she's the only one capable of carrying out this plan.
The only one? Why's that?
Because this seesaw homicide required its location to be prepared beforehand.
By cutting the crosspiece beneath the
They were
floorboard.
all equal distance from the cage.
Then the culprit
Actually, I
would need to
believe
lure
it would
the
have
victim
been.
into the prepared room.
It would have been either Kyo or Kokichi where they were standing in the room, because like Tenko was here and then the missing floorboard was like over here, and then Kyo was up here and Kokichi was down here. Himiko was up here and we were down here. So it would have been harder for me and Himiko to go and do it. No. Yeah, I don't think she'd be heavy enough either. Yeah. Lure their victim into the prepared
That is why
room.
you chose that room for the seance. Is it not, Himiko?
But I don't think the room would have mattered because there was this. He used it in the blanket, in the sheet.
Oh yeah! Himiko was the one who chose the site for the seance!
She likely found out about my plans for the seance.
Poor Himiko is getting so much trauma from this. First, she does a magic show and someone gets fucking eaten. A dead body gets eaten in front of her face. Now two of her close friends that she really liked and cared about is gone. Angie, gone. Tenko, done. Like, if the next case is gonna be a suicide, it's probably gonna be Himiko. This poor little baby angel. Yeah.
You were
So
quite
much.
vocal about the seance, Kyo. You even had instructions for it in your lab.
Yes, you did.
Our culprit, Himiko, prepared her seesaw trap ahead of time. Then she waited for me to host the seance and suggested the middle room. She led us all into holding the seance right where she wanted it. Then, she killed Tenko, all according to plan.
That's a lie, right? Himiko did such a thing?
Yeah, I think it's cute. This is the first time in this game that I've been like,
Himiko, who Tenko cherished and loved, tragically killed her.
I wonder if this is going to be the
we
only
don't know
one
that, right?
where I like know who the culprit is right away. And she was a positive trauma. Rip. I'm gonna be right back. I have to pee. And I'm gonna go get some water real quick. So I'll be right back. Damn backs. Have to keep her to dehydrate the grandma chick and the ham. Ooh, welcome man. What shit? What shit? Oh. Oh, that felt good. Thank you. What shit? Okay. The thing? The Doggarappa thing? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah. I know, I saw. Apparently it like got cancelled. They had to like reorder it. Maybe it just got lost or something? I'm not sure. I know, I've been waiting so patiently for it. I have been waiting so long. Please send it my way, please. Pretty, pretty, please. Yeah, I'm excited.
He's wrong, right, Himiko? Himiko would never kill Tenko.
I mean,
right?
in this place, you never know. I don't think she did it, though.
Tenko? I killed Tenko?
Himiko? What's wrong, Himiko?
Oh, are you okay, honey? It is true that using the middle room was Himiko's idea. But does that mean that Himiko really killed Tenko? Would something like that really happen? Something so cruel. I don't know, dude. Oh, the intermission. The white, Bob bought me a gift on Throne. It's a onesie of sorts. And we're just waiting for it to come in.
Well now.
Oh, goody. Looks like we reached the intermission segment, which means it's time for our Quiz the Victim quiz. Guess the quiz. I could fucking read. A victim quiz, not a culprit quiz. The only victims are the people who are still watching this drawn out choreograph. Why are you being such a downer all of a sudden?
It's okay.
It is okay. I am sure everyone is happy. How do you know? They could be skipping this entire conversation for all you know. I can't take it. I can't take it anymore. I'm the real victim here. Me! Why are you getting so upset? If anything, I'm the real victim. I gotta put up with all this nonsense all the time. You gotta stop pissing Mono Down off. That's the right answer, Mono Down. Why? He hasn't said anything. Exactly, because there are no victims. Yep, even if you're killed in this killing game, you're a winner. Because then everyone mourns you and you get tons of posthumous popularity.
Daddy!
Oh, Daddy, you don't need to reveal these kinds of behind-the-scenes details.
Alright!
Dying makes you more popular? Then we gotta die soon, too. Please do. Please. Cubs, anytime you want to do that. See ya.
This is my impression of a spooky, scary ghost.
Oh, I'm so scared.
I'm fine with real ghosts, but impressions of them are too scary!
Logic does not compute.
Remains of a once powerful
Did you hear something?
No,
right now.
I didn't hear anything.
Threshold of an amazing adventure. Showtime.
Oh my god. They're both gonna die.
You know what else is scary? Sweet buns.
Hi, Duo, welcome
tasty,
back.
tasty sweet buns. So round, so sweet, so delicious.
Any second. Yeah, any second now. Do I
That
keep
doesn't
checking my
sound
watch?
scary at all.
I'm scared too. Scared of losing my friends.
You're ready to kill your friends. What are you talking about?
Did you hear something?
They really want to die.
No, I didn't hear anything.
Answer us, Himiko.
I don't think it was Himiko.
You chose the middle room to lure us into your trap, did you not? Then you used that trap to kill Tenko, yes?
Because how... Because I was thinking of this, like, if she had done that, then at some point when Kyo was doing the circle, wouldn't he have, like, tripped over it or, like, stepped on it? And, like, figured out that it was there? Unless, like if Kyo was the killer, he would know where to not step. I don't know if that's just, like, a fine detail that's not going to be talked about, but that's my thoughts. Bob, you finished it too? Heck yeah.
Well, Donkey Lips, did you kill that twat?
Okay, Mia, you gotta calm down.
Wait, must be some mistake. No way Himiko is culprit.
Then she needs to defend herself. Otherwise, this debate is deadlocked.
I don't care if you gotta use magic to do it, but say something already.
Oh, not the magic.
Are you even listening?
No, she's traumatized.
No, I'm not listening.
What? What?
I don't care anymore. I'm too tired.
Aww.
Angie died. Tenko died. Why did I have to survive?
My heart.
And now, you're all saying I killed them? I just don't care anymore.
Himiko.
Look what you did.
Do whatever. If you want to vote for me, then just go ahead.
The game gets really blah if the suspect isn't into it.
You missed a lot.
That's
Oh, I
not the
bet.
problem.
I bet. There's so much to see.
Damn it. Don't tell me you've given up.
Himiko, don't give up.
Aww.
Don't you understand? My life is riding on the outcome of this trial!
Okay, maybe use some nicer words.
Just shut up. I told you, I'm too tired. It's all just a big pain. I can't put up with it anymore.
What are you talking about? If you give up here...
You needn't worry. Himiko was the one who chose that room. Therefore, she is unmistakably the culprit.
I don't think so.
Impossible! Himiko would never kill Tenko!
Without a guide, it feels
Himiko,
impossible,
not that
right?
kind of person. Gonta can tell by Himiko's face.
Some of us have like jobs, and you know we don't get to sit there and play Elden Ring for 12 hours a day. Sometimes a guide is all you need. Help you explore. I love guides personally. I love making my own really complicated documents. It's a good time.
Himiko's a little slow, so I don't think she's capable of handling a complicated crime.
Yeah.
I also think Himiko's not the culprit. Somehow.
Somehow? Just a gut feeling?
Either way, we gotta look for more possibilities.
That does seem like rather a pointless quest.
No, it's not. We gotta be strong. Gotta keep thinking. Then we might find new truth.
I love Gonta's hair. It's
So no give up, Himiko.
Aww. My heart. Himiko, I know how you feel. I felt the same way after Kaede died. But we can't give up. We survived. We can't give up. For the sake of everyone who died. Bloody Kofuji.
Performing the seance in that room was Himiko's decision, was it not?
Yeah, but what is that?
Someone steered her into picking that room.
Of the 3 empty rooms, why did you select the middle room?
There was no specific.
Because you
Yeah.
laid your trap there.
I think it's like completely logically like 8 of every 10 people would say the middle room because it's the middle. Like.
That room? Other rooms may be trapped too.
Yeah.
Even if Himiko picked the room, someone else could have set that trap.
Your opinions are empty words.
Aw, Himiko. We'll figure it out, baby girl. If the culprit's plan were to make Himiko a suspect, they might have persuaded her to choose that room somehow. But how, and what would that tell us?
Performing the seance in that room was Himiko's decision, was it not?
What if someone steered her into picking that room?
Of the 3 empty rooms, why did you select the middle one?
I think this is supposed to go with
Because you laid your
what
trap
Tsumugi just
there.
said. She's a savage little toad.
In that
Fuck.
room? Other rooms may be trapped too.
When I watch these back,
Pick the room.
I try to focus on the white noise and stuff because I can't really read it a lot while I'm trying to like actually do the game. And some of them are like wild,
Performing the
fucking
seance
wild.
in that room was Himiko's decision, was it not?
What if someone steered her?
Ah! Yeah, but who? When we were picking the room, Kyo said he didn't care which one.
I was wrong.
Performing
Okay, let me look at these. There it is, not this one.
the seance.
A loud sound. Yeah, see, so you can see here on the right, I'm kind of covering Himiko. But Himiko and us were on that side, and then the side that Kyo and Kokichi were on, the plank, like when they showed the display, whatever. They were the closest. Yeah, Kokichi fell into one of the other rooms. Oh. So you're thinking like maybe that one was rigged too? Too bad he didn't break a leg, truly.
In that room was Himiko's.
Investigating a neighboring room. He stepped through one of the floorboards. You're so right. Kazuchi, you're so right. He did bleed from his head though. Not enough. He's still alive.
What if someone steered her into picking that room?
Alright, so what do you want to shoot this at?
Empty rooms. Why did you select the middle one, Himiko? Because you laid your trap there.
Was trap only in that room?
No.
Other rooms may be trapped.
Yes, Kota. Yeah!
I agree.
Thanks, Kazuchi. A concussion would be good for him. Yeah, like a coma? For a couple months?
Just like Gonta said, each room was the same. They were all trapped.
Yeah, they all had that hole in the corner. Remember?
What? Is that true?
It is.
Kokichi will tell you.
Tell me, Kokichi. Oh, he's so bored.
I was way too careless. Wait, what are you talking about?
What the fuck? Freak. Don't even talk to me about bad luck. Get triggered.
While you were in the room next to the crime scene, you found a loose floor.
Literally gets
right?
triggered by fucking Mayo. Yay, we got it, we got it. You found a loose floorboard. Right, okay.
Well, I didn't find it so much as I stepped through it and tripped.
What? Hold on! There was also a loose floorboard in the next room?
Yes.
So the culprit prepared a trap in all 3 empty rooms, not just the middle one.
No.
If the culprit set traps
Wait,
in all the
maybe.
rooms, then they wouldn't need to select a room themselves.
So the real trap was for someone else to pick a room and take the blame.
Ah. You sus as fuck, boy.
We were caught in the culprit's trap all along.
Oh, sure, sure.
Especially you!
You tell him, Mia. You tell him.
But now there's no reason to suspect Himiko, right?
Right. You got it.
Himiko, do you remember what Tenko told you?
Aww. Keep your chin up and live life facing forward. Survive with me and everyone else. Please.
Live life facing forward. She said that to you, right?
Right.
If you give up on living, you'd be betraying her memory.
Got this, Himiko.
We're all trying to keep our promises to the dead.
Oh, don't show me all the dead people. I'm so sad.
This trial...
Not you.
It's not just for our lives. It's for everyone who's died as well.
Sorry.
That's why we can't give up.
I was waiting
This
for
is
it.
our responsibility. We live on.
Very serious moments, guys. Stop fucking around.
You're right. Yeah, that's right.
Just wanted to look at her booty. Yeah, yeah,
If I gave up to you, I wouldn't be able to face Angie or Tenko.
That's right. So let's do our best.
Okay.
Alright,
Ah!
I'm not gonna say it's a pain anymore.
Yeah, you got this, Himiko.
I won't give up. I'll fight alongside everyone and survive.
Hell yeah.
Do not say everyone. After all, the blackened is still among us.
True.
Jeez, there you go. Killing the mood like usual.
Yeah, like you don't do that all the time, dude. I have a point. Oh my god.
But damn, well said, Shuichi. That's what I'd expect for my soul, bro.
We're soul bros now? Ew. Ew.
Well, anyway, do
The
you think
anyway.
the blackened this time has some sort of superpower?
What are you talking about?
Well, as a self-proclaimed expert of stepping through floorboards...
Sure.
Isn't it weird that no one stepped through that floorboard before the culprit used
That's what I'm saying.
That is a good point.
Oh look, Keel's like, oh, no
It
way.
must have been barrier magic.
Oh shit.
Well, that's one possibility. But I think it might have been something else.
Could this be? Hope. Why did no one step on the floorboard until it was used for the murder? Oh, that's it. That must be the reason. This?
This is it!
Oh, you're screwed, Keo. You're screwed.
It's because of the magic circle at the scene of the crime.
You done, boy. You done. I like your style, but it's definitely not cool. Murdering people. But did he kill Angie? Was the question. We need to figure that out. The seance circle? Yeah. I went the wrong way. I went the long way.
Seance, we were warned not to step on the circle.
Yes.
The floorboard in question was within the circle. That's why no one stepped on it.
You gotta go, homie. But he might be able to stay if he didn't kill Angie.
Keep us away from the whole trip.
That was part of the culprit's plans too?
God, Kaito. That's right. If that's the case, then the culprit? There's no doubt in my mind. They're the one who killed Tenko. Only one person had that opportunity and the motive. Here we go. My first time in the series of Danganronpa that I know exactly who to click on. I don't believe it.
It has to be you!
Yikes.
Kyo. Was it you?
My creepy boy's gotta go.
Whatever are you talking about?
Whatever am I talking about?
I'm talking about Tenko's murder.
Kyo?
Why
Go!
do you suspect me?
Because you were the one who drew the magic circle. The circle kept us from discovering the seesaw trick. But that's not all it was for. In order to make the murder succeed, variables like Tenko's position and the placement of the cage needed to be defined.
Yeah, so he just drew around it. Why are they so surprised?
Those variables were defined by using the magic circle. In
Because
short,
Bob
the
Danganronpa.
circle itself was the most important tool in this murder.
Where the ultimate detective is the stupidest one.
Knowing that, The person who drew the magic circle has to
Point
be the
at me.
culprit.
Point at me, Suichi.
Well, Kyo,
Answer already! Did you do it?
He's gonna lose it. He's losing it.
What is so funny?
I was just thinking.
Oh, tell me.
So this is how each blackened must have felt. What an intriguing experience this is.
What? An intriguing experience?
Well, it is.
But if I am the culprit as you claim, then I stomped on the floorboard, yes?
Yes.
So, do tell. How could I have stomped on the floorboard during that darkened seance?
I see.
There was that blood
His
stain.
problem.
Unless that is made clear, you cannot be certain I am the culprit.
how can you be so calm when you're backed into a corner
And
like
like, he's the only one who would know how to get over there and not step on the salt. Because he drew it. So he knows exactly what it looks like. And where to step. I would put that past him. Could probably do that pretty easily.
I will explain that in due time. Please answer my question first.
The culprit stepped on that exact floorboard even in the darkness. But how? How did they move around in total darkness? In a room that dark, it's hard to imagine the culprit found the right board. Although, even after I put out the candle, I could move along the wall with my hand.
Wait a minute. Maybe...
What?
Did you figure it out?
Did you figure it out? Besties. That's it. The culprit didn't even have to see at all. They used... Sixth Sense, obviously. What?
That's it! The culprit used touch. They didn't see, they felt.
That way they could get around in the dark, like how I got to the
He
candle.
used magic, obviously.
Wasn't Seesaw in middle of room? Gonta doesn't think it was near wall.
Yeah, the salt was all fucked up after, like, Himeko ran over it. I don't remember if they showed it specifically, but I think it was still fine. Until Himeko ran over it. I don't remember exactly, though. I wonder if we have a picture of it. No, I think we only have the ruined one. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure.
So they probably used something besides the wall to move then, right?
Were there any other markers within reach?
Of course, the answer to that is there was nothing of the sort.
Of course. No, I'm sure there was something. A landmark they could have used to determine where the floorboard was? The cage. It must have been at the scene, I know it. Not the Hangman's Gambit. Magic. Circle? Yeah, I think so. I need an E. See, these games, I either like got it right away or I struggled for like 10 minutes.
That's it! The magic circle. They used the magic circle.
Yeah, he knew exactly what every piece
Remember?
was.
The magic circle was drawn with salt. The culprit used the salt's texture to feel their way through the dark.
Got to, I guess.
I see. So Kyo traced the magic circle with his hands to get to the loose floorboard.
Oh, I see. You drew the magic circle with salt to use it as a guide.
Fucking virgin. Some of them don't make any sense whatsoever, yeah.
An interesting thought. It is unfortunate that it is so wrong.
So. Oh, what?
Recall the document. What did the magic circle look like?
A magic circle?
Based on the document, the magic circle wouldn't reach the corners of the room.
Yeah, but he could have gone, he could have followed the wall. He could have followed the wall to the candle and then gone directly 90 degrees to reach the circle where the floorboard was.
When the room was darkened, each of us was in a corner of the room, yes?
Yes.
The magic circle didn't reach us, so I could not have followed it, yes?
Yeah, right? Oh.
But you're talking about the magic circle in the document. That doesn't mean the circle you drew was the same.
No, I most definitely drew it exactly the same. I have it perfectly memorized.
Then redo it again.
So which is it? Is there any way to check?
No. Sadly.
Not anymore. The magic circle is a complete mess from being trampled on.
I see. Another piece of the puzzle. Drawing a circle with salt all but guaranteed it would be temporary. The investigation itself would have gotten rid of the evidence.
Everyone, may I have your attention, please?
What's up, Kibo? What's up?
What a pain.
Shut up.
We don't have any way to check it now.
Excuse me, everyone. May I have your attention, please?
You have my attention, Kibo. What's up?
Well, I guess there's no point in discussing the magic circle anymore.
Shut up, Kokichi.
Hey, may I have your attention?
You have my attention. Oh my god, he's flashing us again. Ow. My headache's finally starting to feel better, dude.
I
Stop it.
apologize. I just wanted everyone to listen to me.
I'm listening to you.
About what?
I had Mew add another function to my body, in addition to the flashlight.
Oh, really? Oh, really?
No way! Did you really?
Really?
Stop! You can't! I didn't install it for that purpose!
Please, let me use it. With it, I might be able to save everyone.
What is it?
Alright,
That's really
so,
funny.
It's an image recording function.
Oh,
Image recording?
that sounds fancy.
Specifically, this function allows me to dispense a printout of my own memory.
Oh, hell yeah. Let's fucking go.
I'll give it a try.
Hit that circle, baby. Oh, it looks so cool. I love Kibo. He's really growing on me. Hey, it comes out of his weird mouth.
From your mouth?
I've also used magic like that before.
I know you have, Himiko. I know.
This printout is my memory of being kicked out of a seance.
Oh, yeah, he was there
Please confirm that the
before.
floor of the empty room is clearly visible. Go on, take the picture and see for yourself.
Wow.
Okay, got it.
Smart boy. Smart robot. I reluctantly took the paper from Kibo. Let's put the tape back in Mew's lab, please. No. I'm gonna pass. We saw enough. We saw enough. Please, please. Take it gently. Don't be rude. Yeah, so Kyo would have come from where the hammer is in the lower right. That's where Kyo would have come from. Yeah. Yeah. So this is the magic circle used for the seance. Ah.
Well, Shuichi, do you notice anything?
Not at first. Not at first glance, dude. Oh, come on. Whoops. Sorry.
I was wrong.
No, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean it. How do I... It had to be something like over here, right? I think something is off about this area here. Oh, you gotta show me the book, dude! They think I'm a fraud. What part of the magic circle is most suspicious? Dude, I don't fucking know. Yeah, y'all know. This weird J. That doesn't really fit in. Ugh, I'm dead. Oh, not quite. What do you want from me? I don't know, dude. Like the circle? Oh.
I was wrong.
Well, I'm dead. I'm a fraud. I'm a fraud. I'm a fraud. The magic circle. Wait. Look at the fucking thing before you rip it out of my hands. Oops. Where did it go? Here it is. Oh, I noticed there are lines. I thought they would just be going to the corners, but they're not supposed to be there. So that's exactly what it is. That's what it is. I know it. I know it. I'm a fraud. I'm so sorry.
Hey, may I have your attention?
Yes, Kibo! Can we just go back to the picture incident? So Miyu said she didn't make it for that purpose. What purpose is she making it for? Oh my god, these lines.
There!
Yeah. So he had a line directly to his corner.
This helped a lot, Kibo.
Without
you.
He could go right up, dude. You're busted. You're busted,
I never would have
motherfucker.
seen through Kiyo's lie.
My lie.
You just said
You know
that
exactly
magic
what purposes
circle
are. No, no, no.
Exactly as it appears in the document.
Very innocent asexual over here.
But that's a lie, isn't it?
It's a lie.
The magic circle at the scene had lines that stretched to the room's corners. Which means that you would be able to find the floorboard from anywhere in the room.
You're naughty.
So it was different from the document after all.
It was.
All because Himiko noticed. And because of Kibo, too.
Oh, thank you for including Kibo, Gata.
Hey, where's my things? I'm the one who installed that function into Kibo.
Hey, yeah. What was it you were saying about its purpose?
No.
Oh, to be honest, the purpose of that image recording function is to monitor my health.
Sure.
Specifically, I make Kibo use that function every day to analyze my turds.
What?
What? Why? Shit is a great indicator of intestinal health and gut bacteria quality. Plus, taking a satisfying shit does wonders for a woman's natural beauty.
When are Miyu and Nekomaru getting married?
See? You're all grossed out. This is why I didn't want to tell you about my plan.
That's fair.
Quit talking about your poop. No one cares.
Thank you, Himiko. Thank you.
Kyo, you killed Tenko, didn't you? Just give up and admit it already.
Even if he admits it, he's still...
So, Kyo, if you have any objections...
we still have to prove if he did Angie's.
Well, since you've given me the option, I will most certainly object.
Tell me.
To be honest, it's unimportant, but it may be an amusing diversion.
Unimportant?
Now I shall bear witness to your abilities, Shuichi. Do entertain me.
Okay, sure. I'll try my best. I'm a pro gamer, draw. Truth battle.
If you are going to claim I am the culprit,
whoops.
Then what of the murder weapon? It was set up in the cage. The only people capable of that are Kokichi and Shuichi, who carried the cage. So suspicion should fall on them. If you are going to claim I am the culprit, then what of the murder weapon? It was set up in the cage. The only people capable of that are Kokichi and Shuichi, who carried the cage. So suspicion should fall on them.
True, we could have placed the sickle there, but we could not have removed it later. Because we weren't the ones who lifted the cage. That was Himiko.
The only person who could have collected the sickle is Himiko. But the only people who could have placed the sickle are Kokichi and Shuichi. But in regards to that dilemma, I did not carry the cage, nor did I lift it. I had no opportunity to touch the sickle.
Got him. Got him.
Cut through your words.
I will cut through your words, bitch.
The only person who could have set up the sickle and retrieved it afterward
because it was on the
Kyo.
Ah.
That was done by covering the cage with a white cloth.
Yeah, because I remember. Yes, exactly. He was holding it. He was holding it in such a like weird way. He didn't like walk up like this. He just kind of like, oh, put him in there. He was holding it pretty awkwardly. And then we took it off.
Yep. Afterward, when you remove the cloth.
Yep. That's why there's blood on it.
Then, while everyone was distracted, you discreetly dropped the sickle under the floor.
Wonderful! That's exactly correct.
Oh my. What?
It's correct. Then why don't you give up already?
The trick I put so much work into is just wasted effort now. Alas.
So, it was you? You killed Tenko?
Let me guess. You'll never forgive me. Himiko, you must hate me so very much. Maybe you'd feel better if I was executed by Monokuma. But unfortunately for you, that won't happen. Because if you vote for me, every spotless, including myself, will die.
What you talking about, Kyo?
Whoa, what was with that accent?
You still don't
understand? It was overly obvious. I feel
I
like
killed
it is
Tenko.
because...
That is the truth. But it is meaningless in this class trial.
Yeah, only the one who killed Angie.
You mean Monokuma's extra rule, right?
Right. Ah, that's right. What happens to your votes if there are 2 blackened candidates? Well, I have an answer for that. It's first come, first served.
You see, I killed Tenko, but not Angie.
Yeah.
For us, Tenko's death is nothing but a trivial issue.
Oh, gross, dude. Come on.
Because the blackened in this trial is the culprit who killed Angie.
Trivial issue? No, that's gotta be a lie. You probably killed Angie too.
That is simply not possible. Recall that I was unable to enter Angie's lab.
Oh, only student council members and Kokichi could enter research lab.
How could I have possibly killed Angie when I couldn't even enter her lab?
We can figure that out. No one else could have done it besides you.
No, I think he's here to stay, Himiko,
You're the one who
unfortunately.
killed Tenko. You gotta be the one who killed Angie.
I don't know who killed Angie, though.
I understand how you feel, Himiko, but maybe we can discuss this rationally and calmly.
You knew all along, yeah.
There is a non-zero possibility that Kyo is telling the truth.
A non-zero?
So you understand how she feels. I see. Wait, robots can understand human feelings?
Oh my god, he said that like 300 times.
Of course I understand. I work really hard to understand.
Hey, why are you getting all worked up, Kibo? Chill, dude.
Everybody's being mean to Kibo all the time.
That's enough! It's voting time! I'm gonna vote for him!
No.
Voting for me will only help the one who murdered Angie.
That's robophobic.
Kyo culprit?
I don't think so.
Not. This case was an error on my part. Monokuma added that rule after both bodies were found, yes? How was I to know that the trial would only be for Angie's killer? Had I known, I certainly wouldn't have killed Tenko.
You're lying! You killed Tenko and Angie!
Now hold on. Jumping to conclusions here is dangerous.
We should talk it out more. This case might have juicy plot twists waiting to happen.
Oh, I'm sure it does.
Nuts to that. Any way you look at this case, Kyo is obviously the culprit.
No, he's not.
Yeah, there's sort of no other way to look at it.
No, it's too dangerous to vote before we arrive at a logical decision.
The culprit's one of you!
Oh boy.
Wowee! This argument is getting intense! At times like this...
The Ultimate Academy is proud to present its very own more phenomenal trial grounds!
Literally don't.
Yippee! I've been waiting for this!
Shut up.
Why were you waiting for it?
He's a weirdo. Kyo confessed to killing Tenko, but insists he didn't kill Angie. We won't forgive Kyo for what he did, but we can't vote until we know the facts. I have to pin down the evidence and convince everyone. Split opinion! Whee! You guys buckled in? I don't want you to fall. Vote for Koikyo? No.
Kyo killed Tenko and Angie!
Kibo! We don't know for certain that Kyo killed Angie.
He forced his way into Angie's research lab and killed her!
I got this! But he couldn't get into Angie's research lab.
The katana was found in Kyo's lab.
Kyo! Anyone could have entered my lab.
So Kyo did kill Tenko, but he's not blackened?
Kokichi! Perhaps there's a second blackened we need to find.
He was planning to use the new rule to protect himself all along.
Kyo! Not possible. That rule was added after both murders.
We solved the mystery of Tenko's death. Can't we just vote now?
I got this! Not yet. There's still another mystery to solve.
Ah, what's B? Jeez. God. It's so hard that the buttons are different. This is crazy.
It would be a mistake to vote before we've completely solved Angie's murder. And there's still the mystery of Tenko's murder.
There is?
Mystery? What kind of mystery?
Well, Kyo's confession derailed our conversation a bit. But we still have to go over one of the clues found at Tenko's crime scene. I believe it might even have something to do with Angie's murder.
Yes, the outlying piece of evidence at Tenko's murder scene. The dried blood? I think they're talking about this.
This is it!
Yeah.
The blood stain found under the floor. Maki and I found it during the investigation.
God, this music.
It was beneath the floorboard that the culprit stomped on.
Is that Tenko's blood?
That bloodstain was too far from Tenko's corpse to have been hers.
Also, the bloodstain was already dry when we found it. But the blood from Tenko's body hadn't even begun to dry yet.
Well, that's weird. Why was that bloodstain the only dry one?
Great question. It's gotta... Don't you poo-poo-poo me. Okay, that's a little better. It's really loud. I hate this music. It's so high-pitched. The bloodstain under the floorboard was dry because... it happened before the seance. It was there before Tenko was killed. It was from the investigation. The air was dry. It was there before Tenko was killed. Or it happened before the seance. I wouldn't say like right before the seance though. The blood was spilled before the seance when Tenko was killed. It dried faster because the stain was smaller. I don't know about that. But the blood stain was rather far from Tenko's body. Yeah.
I was wrong!
Everyone's staring at me. Oh my god. So it's this one.
That's it!
Yeah. They were like similar.
The bloodstain wasn't from Tenko's murder. It was there before we started the seance.
Before the seance?
That should make it clear whose blood it was. Angie or Q?
That's it!
Yeah. Why does his voice have like three different pitches?
That wasn't Tenko's.
It drives me crazy though. His voice just like changed on the line. It's
Why
like,
was
whoa.
blood from Angie at the scene of Tenko's murder?
Yeah, wasn't Angie killed in her research lab?
Just because we found her body there doesn't mean she was killed there.
Ah, I guess that's possible.
Oh my.
If Angie wasn't killed in her lab, then that opens up a lot more possibilities.
It does, it does.
We assumed that only council members could have killed Angie since her body was in her lab. But if she died somewhere else, then we can't suspect just the council members anymore.
So the culprit didn't enter her lab, but waited for her to come out of it?
Maybe, yeah.
I'm not sure if the culprit waited for her, but they probably killed her when she came out. Well, I thought that was more likely from the start.
Oh, sure.
So I went to places Angie might have gone and checked all 3 empty rooms.
Places she might have gone? Why did you check the empty rooms then?
The empty rooms were the only places I could think of that Angie would go.
Did Angie have business in rooms?
Business.
It seems Kokichi's up to his usual misleading nonsense again.
I do lie a lot, and I could be lying right now too. But I'm pretty sure someone's panicking right now because of my lie.
Angie left her lab on her own and headed to the room where she was killed. Is Kokichi's statement true, or... Here we go.
The art research lab
What did they say?
is not where Angie was killed.
Right.
She was killed in the empty room instead.
She left her lab on her own?
But why would she go into an empty room? There shouldn't have been anything in there.
Except for candles.
That's it! She wanted a candle! To keep herself awake at night.
No, Miyu.
She would drip hot wax on her body.
Miyu! Typical Miyu.
That sounds like something only you would do, Mew.
Typical Miyu. What did Kokichi see? Something Angie did. There has to be a clue there. Was it?
The
Is
art
it the
research
candle?
lab is not where Angie was killed. She was killed.
She wouldn't have known about this, right? Oh, because she wanted to burn the book? Because that was the next step. I think that might be it.
Killed in the empty room instead.
She left her lab on her own?
But why would she go into an empty room? There shouldn't have been anything in there.
Except for candles.
That's it!
Hottie.
I agree.
Big brain. Thanks for the mental image. Yeah. Thank you so much.
That's it. Angie went to that room to get a candle.
Yeah, for kinky wax play.
No, Mew. No, you gotta calm down.
No. Angie was going to use it for the ritual. According to the Necronomicon, to resurrect the dead.
Okay, we've read this 100 times. Thank you.
Then, did she seek out a candle so she could burn the book?
That's right. There's nothing to start a fire with in Angie's lab. So she went to go get a candle from one of the empty rooms.
And then she got bonked.
And that's when the culprit attacked her.
That's why there was dried blood under floor.
Which means Angie was attacked in the same room the seance was held. Bravo, Himiko. Well done for choosing that room for the seance.
I know, I do feel kind of bad, but I'm still like, whatever.
If we hadn't done the seance in that room, then Tenko's murder would have been in another room.
I feel like nothing good came out of her mouth ever.
If that happened, no one would have discovered Angie's blood stain under the floorboards.
What'd you say? Sorry. If we hadn't done the seance in that room, then Tenko's murder would have been in another room. If that happened, no one would have discovered Angie's bloodstain under the floorboards. So Himiko picked the one room that Kyo was like, oh, fuck.
That's right. Shuichi and I only checked under the floorboards where Tenko died.
Yep, it's all thanks to Himiko for choosing the same room as Angie.
Yeah.
This must be a Tua's will.
Don't bring this into it.
Or maybe the power of magic.
Don't bring that up.
It's neither. I just picked one.
Oh,
Hold on. You're all acting as though you've proven that as fact already. You claim Angie was murdered in the empty room, and then moved to the lab? Then how do you explain the large amount of blood in the lab? It may be possible to carry a body, but blood cannot be moved.
I think she was still alive after the attack in the empty room. She was killed after she was carried to her lab.
That means the culprit attacked her twice. I have evidence of that. Yeah, forehead and the...
This is it!
It was jam, of course, of course.
The fatal wound was a cut to the back of her neck from a katana. But she also showed signs of blunt force trauma, and I think I know why.
He bonked her right on the head.
After Angie was knocked unconscious in the empty room, she was killed in her lab.
Oh.
I see. So that puddle of blood is from the killing blow.
Yes.
Ha! It's all clear now. Angie was attacked in the empty room, carried to her lab.
That's what I just said. I just said that.
And it was there that the culprit finished her off.
It's literally what I just said, Kaiju. Got that.
All clear. This is all clear.
He's gonna lose it.
What are you all talking about? All clear? What is all clear? What are you?
Somebody get the
all
sign.
Clear?
He's sweating. He's sweating.
What are you all? You what?
Dude!
What are... I will
Stop.
not fear. I will not back down.
Huh?
Sweet Korekio, calm yourself.
I literally like have my hand up like Sweet Gem. Like, what? Told you. Yeah, you said what if he's a woman? Didn't you? Dude, you were right about Shirokuma. You're right about Korekiyo. You're a god gamer.
Their words are all hollow.
Unless
There
he's
is no
like
meaning
fucking
to any
possessed.
of them.
A what?
You must teach these ignorant children a lesson.
Yes, you're right.
Oh, split personality?
Okay.
We have another Choco on our hands?
What
Oh.
the hell are you mumbling about? You're giving me the goddamn willies!
The goddamn willies.
Not yet. Nothing is clear at all.
I think that's a split personality.
It's full of doubts!
Whoa!
Of mysteries! Of a dense, impenetrable fog!
Okay, alright, alright.
Nothing is clear at all!
Okay! Oh my lord. You gotta go down. Oh fuck, what does he
Angie
want?
was attacked in the empty room first, and then carried into the research lab? Impossible! Impossible! That's nothing but a delusion! You intend to poison our minds with your delusions?
It's no delusion. Angie's 2 external wounds tell the story. After she was struck in the empty room, she was carried to the art research lab and then killed.
You say the culprit carried Angie's body? And not a single drop of blood fell? The hallway and empty room had no bloodstains. Even if you wipe them down later, there'd still be traces of evidence left behind. But there was no evidence anywhere, was there, Shuichi?
Nope, that was one. Bloodstain.
Oh no!
Oh no! You don't even
say
give
the
me time to
culprit
think
carried
about.
Angie's body? And not a single drop of blood fell? The hallway and
Oh,
empty
it was
room had
this.
no bloodstains. Even if you
It was
wipe them
this.
down later, there'd still be traces of evidence left behind. But there was no evidence anywhere, was there, Shuichi?
Got it.
I'll cut
Got
through
it.
your words.
Because he smacked her, and then he put the tape over top so she wouldn't bleed.
There was
Like
evidence
fucking
left at the
Hiyoko.
scene. The bloody tape under Angie's body.
Dude. Who's Natsu? Why does that sound familiar? Natsu.
What?
What? Yeah.
It was wrapped around her head to stop the bleeding while she was being carried.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bloody tape? Gonta didn't notice at all.
It's okay, Gonta.
It was under the body. It's most likely evidence the culprit should have gotten rid of.
Oh, fairy tale. Okay, gotcha.
Since it was hidden, the culprit didn't notice and failed to dispose of it.
It must have fallen as the fatal blow was dealt and ended up under her body.
It must have been Atua who did that for us.
Oh, sure, sure.
What? Atua? How long are you going to keep that up?
Now we know most of the mystery behind Angie's murder.
I'm convinced there's only one person who could have killed Angie.
Oh, dang, dude. As soon as we got Angie out of her lab, it was obvious. Why do I always go the long way?
It has to be you!
It has to be you, dude. It has to be you.
It's you, Kyo. You killed Angie.
Whoa.
What the fuck? So it's true.
What the fuck?
Well, that was obvious. Such a boring, obvious.
Oh,
answer.
whatever, you freak.
Killed both of them. Why? Why did you kill them?
So, was he planning to kill
In
both of
terms
them?
of pure logic, only one victim was necessary to win.
I guess we'll learn. I hope so.
Why? Why you killed them both?
I think one of the murders was an accident.
An accident?
Angie's probably.
That's right. It wasn't part of the plan.
Huh? Which one?
The murder that was an accident. Because he was probably setting stuff up for Tenko's murder, and then Angie walked in the room, and he was like, "Oh, can't let her live now. She caught me setting up a trap."
That's it. Angie's murder was an accident.
What?
Not an
Tenko
accident,
wasn't
but
accident?
it wasn't intended.
That's right. Kyo originally planned to kill someone with the seesaw trick. But while he was making preparations in the empty room, Angie walked in.
Yeah.
So he decided to kill her in order to keep her from talking.
Well, then why not just stop at that?
She just happened to walk in on the culprit setting up.
This is exactly what
Was
happened
killed.
in 2. This is exactly what happened in 2. Tenko and Ibuki had like this whole elaborate setup and like weird mysterious things that were happening, and then Hiyoko and Angie were the unsuspecting victims who walked in on that shit happening live and got killed for seeing it. 13-year-old, that's it! Falls drop. Angie's murder was an accident. literally, Bob. This is exactly like the case in 2. Like, almost to the dot. Fucking got dog rocking.
Then we should have just stopped there. Once he killed Angie, there was no reason for him to kill Tenko.
That's what I'm saying, Himiko!
You only needed to kill one for this game. Killing 2 is pointless.
It's just bloodthirsty, or
If you
what?
get bonus points for killing more, then sure. Otherwise, it leaves more clues behind.
Yeah, right?
Why, Kyo? Why you killed 2 of our friends?
What on earth are you talking about?
Just play B3.
No.
Fair.
I'm not the culprit. So, why is everyone looking at me like I am?
Because you probably are, dude.
Why? Why are they? Why is it? Calm yourself, Korekio. Yes.
Okay, okay.
You mustn't raise your voice. You mustn't stutter. You mustn't lose composure.
Not the zoom in.
You mustn't become flustered. You mustn't waver. Look at their horrid faces. This sorry lot is not worth agonizing over. You're right. Yeah, you're right.
Maybe one for each personality? Oh, maybe.
Here he goes again. What the hell's wrong with him?
It almost seems like he's talking with someone. someone. He's just talking to himself. And why the hell is he wearing lipstick?
Tamooki's like, can I move? Can I have a different seat?
No matter how loudly you protest, this is a trivial matter.
Can I please move farther away from
I
this
will never
guy?
acknowledge your allegations. Not a single one of them. For you see, there is no evidence that I killed Angie. No, I will not acknowledge it. I will only acknowledge facts, true events. I won't acknowledge fiction, mystery. I won't acknowledge your deductions or guesses. Well said. Good job, Korekio. Yes, thanks.
Creeps me the fuck out!
No evidence? There's no evidence that he killed Angie?
You're wrong. There is evidence.
I don't know what it is, though.
What? You do realize bluffs like that won't work, yes?
The weapon that was used to knock Angie unconscious in the empty room. That weapon tells us the whole story, Kyo.
The piece of floorboard?
That's not possible. I think you may have misunderstood.
Oh, my bad.
Apologize. Come on, apologize. Apologize.
So creepy, dude.
Apologize. Apologize. Come on.
Oh my god.
Apologize. Apologize, 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 apologize.
Seriously, what the hell's happening?
I have no idea what's happening with Kyo. But I know what weapon he used on Angie. I have to prove it to him. Oh, now I have to try and figure this shit out.
I have nothing to admit. You are simply wrong.
I don't know how to...
Yes, I'm not the culprit. So I have nothing to confess. I have nothing to admit. You are simply wrong.
Oops.
Yes, I'm not the culprit. So I have nothing to confess.
I can never remember.
I have nothing to admit. You are simply wrong. Yes,
okay.
I'm not the culprit. So I have nothing to confess. I have nothing to admit. You are simply wrong. Yes, I'm not the culprit.
Okay.
Why must you force your delusions
Okay.
on us? Your logic. That's merely a delusion. Well said,
Oops.
Korekio. To continue this debate is meaningless. Why must you force your delusions on us? Your logic.
Wrong.
That's merely a delusion. Well
Oh, be
said,
first.
Korekio. To continue this debate is meaningless. I told you
Oh my
I
God.
am not the culprit. So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me. Korekio speaks the truth. Such a sorry lot. Apologize. Apologize. Apologize.
Oh, wrong way.
Apologize. Apologize.
Please stop, it's so
I told
creepy.
you I am not the culprit. So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me. Korekio speaks the truth. Such a sorry lot. Apologize. Apologize. Apologize.
What?
Apologize. Apologize. Apologize.
Oh,
I
it's
told
just
you
harder 'cause I
am
can't
not
see
the
this.
culprit. So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me. Korekio speaks the truth. Such a sorry lot. Apologize. 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 I told you I am not the culprit. So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me.
Whew. Final blow.
You have no proof that Korekio is the killer.
Moved. What? Removed floorboard?
It ends here.
Whoa, spicy! Did you see that?
Kyo hit Angie
Why
with
do
the
all their
same
clothes come
floorboard
off?
used in the seesaw trick.
Oh my gosh. Apologize, apologize. But I started, like... I was like, that's not how you spell it. After, like... there was, like, 8 of them on the screen. Try apologize, Baho. You never know. You never know. Let's get this fool out of here, dude.
I see.
I
And how do you know the floorboard was the murder weapon?
There was dried blood on it, dude.
There was a small patch of dried blood on the underside of the floorboard.
Angie's blood?
Yes, Kunta.
Blood that spattered there when the culprit struck Angie with the board. But that's not the only evidence that she was hit with that floorboard. There's also the bloodstain under the floor to consider. For that to be there, the floorboard must not have been in place at the time of the attack.
Good point. Had the floorboard been in place, her blood wouldn't have splattered beneath it.
Keo's earlier confession is further evidence that the floorboard was used.
How?
If the weapon used to hit Angie is the floorboard from the seesaw trick.
It means the culprit knew about the seesaw, so the same person killed
Ah,
Tenko and
okay.
Angie.
Take a picture, grab back check. Okay, alright. It's okay, buddy.
I believe that while Keo was setting up the seesaw, he was holding the board.
Yeah.
When Angie walked in.
Angie didn't even see him?
Cold cocked her with the floorboard!
He cold cocked her with the floorboard. Oh, sorry,
All
Angie.
you can do now is accept it. You even confessed to Tenko's murder already.
I mean, yeah, he did.
So it's true. This is the truth.
I was right from the beginning. My pre-predictions
Looks like
were totally
almost
right.
at the end.
What about my like first day playing the game? Let's see. Oh, Tenko was killed. I got that right. Wow. I had Koryu as killed, but he is blackened. Spicy. And Angie is the blackened, so he was actually killed. Ah. And now there's only Gonta, Kokichi, Miu, Maki, Kaito, Suichi, Himiko Tsumugi, and Kibo. We only have 9 people left. Thanks. Your poor little ear holes? What happened?
All right, Shuichi. I'll leave the finale to you.
Sure.
Bring down the house.
Because you've helped so much on this full case.
Please, put an end to this.
I will, Himiko.
For Angie and Tenko's sake. End this class trial.
I'll do it.
I understand.
Oh, the scream. Yeah, that was
I'll go over
very
everything
dramatic.
one more time. Keo, I want you to confess. No, I will force you to confess.
Oh, you force? Okay. Hit the sliding lock. Jeez, dude. Oh. Oh, my bad. The path made with salt. So it was before this. Who besides Kokichi was responsible for extinguishing the candles? Yes. Yeah. You sneaky bastard. The small stone that Himiko brought would be this? Yeah. Sickle place to kill. Yeah, look, it was right in there. What a piece of shit. The removed floorboard. In the beginning with Angie. Yeah. Remove the gold leaf katana. Stuck duct tape. Oh yeah. Cut crosspiece under the floor. Yeah. No, wait, wrong. Oh, okay, that's right. Good point. Stomp hard on the floorboard. Here? Yeah. Gotta play his effigy. Be up here. Yeah. Dang, so he hung them all and everything? God damn it, dude. So intense. Yukichi's lockpicking. One more. Footsteps contaminating the scene.
This is the truth
We
of the
did
case.
it. We did it.
Let's look back at the first murder.
I knew I didn't like him from the beginning. Yeah, he was always very awkward. I mean, I like to give benefit of the doubt, especially like if I like Gundam so much and stuff like that. But I remember when we were talking about him, I think it was Mimi, and we were like, well, Gundam's like a goofy kind of evil, but this guy like feels actually evil. You know what I mean? Yeah, cryptic. Yeah. So he's like a more like souped up, scary version of Gundam. Just in the sense of him being eccentric and like vocal and weird and whatever. He's nothing like Gundam, no. I just mean in the sense of like the character dynamic. But yeah, he definitely feels like more like actually evil. I remember we talked about that.
It was late last night. The culprit was in the empty room on the 4th floor.
No,
the culprit
Gundam's
was
nowhere close.
preparing the seance murder they had planned.
He's so silly. I love him. Let me guess, they got the saw from the fucking warehouse?
They had to cut the crosspiece supporting it. The plan was to make the same preparations for all 3 empty rooms. This would divert suspicion away from the culprit and whoever picked a room. To cut the crosspieces, they needed a saw. I imagine they got one from the warehouse.
Let's block the warehouse off.
They were planning to cut the crosspieces in all 3 rooms.
Aww. Little Angie.
However, when the culprit was working on the middle room, the unexpected happened.
She looks cute in this style.
Angie walked into that room and saw the culprit making their preparations.
Oopsie.
She needed some fire for the ritual and had gone to the room for a candle. At that point, the culprit had not finished the setup and was just cutting crosspieces. Angie might not have concluded that it was tied to some kind of murder.
What are you doing? What are you doing? You silly ghost.
The culprit couldn't use the seesaw trick. Any other person might have just given up. but not our culprit.
Yeah, why would he just be like, oh, well, forget it. Not tonight. I'll kill 2 people instead. How about that? Wow, thank you. Thank you, Kyo. Very, very kind of
The
you.
culprit took the floorboard they loosened and struck the unsuspecting Angie in the head.
So mean. She looks cute when she's not crazy. Yeah, a very rare occasion. Very rare. Usually never happens.
The culprit did not want to give up on their plan and had to improvise.
Fucking weirdo. Come on, Kyo.
They wrapped duct tape around Angie's injury to stop the bleeding. Then they picked up her unconscious body and carried her to a research lab.
This is so elaborate, dude.
While she was unconscious, the culprit hurried to tie up this loose end.
Like, he accidentally, like, bonked Angie in the head. Which he could have been like, if Angie said anything, like, oh, I don't know what you were talking about. And they'd be like, oh, whatever, Angie's crazy. And, she just, like, fell over and bonked her head. Look, she's got a little bonk on her head. This is kind of giving me, like, Leon vibes. Like, he could have stopped here. He could have stopped here. But now he's going through all the fucking trouble. He hangs up all the effigies. Figures out how to, like, lock the door from the inside with the spinning effigy and shit. Like, that's so extra. Like, if your original plan isn't working out and this happened, wouldn't you just be like, oh, well, like, I'll try tomorrow? Like, he went so above and beyond, and for what? For what? What's his motive? It's gonna be something stupid, isn't it? Whereas in literally this one time, yeah. Why wouldn't he just dump her under the floorboards? I mean, I don't know. That was also an option. Dude, I don't know. This is, I mean, I know it's Danganronpa, but it's so elaborate and crazy.
But because they were in a hurry, they made a crucial oversight. They didn't notice the duct tape had peeled off and was under Angie's body.
What do you mean? What do you mean they didn't notice the duct tape had peeled off? They're taking it off. That picture, they're literally touching the tape and taking it off. God damn it, Suichi. I'm just gonna blame you for being an idiot.
Without that evidence, we may never have figured out the culprit's trick. Carrying the supplies they needed, the culprit returned to the ultimate art lab.
Yeah, slam. Slam the door shut in the middle of the night. That's smart.
Locked the front door from inside. And took out the katana they brought from their own lab.
Here you would never have made. Literally not.
They then stabbed Angie in the back of the neck, finally killing her.
Oh, dude. Oh, she has a little undercut. I never noticed.
Then, to further confuse us, the culprit attempted to make a locked room mystery. First, they used rope from the warehouse.
I love how
and hung
Monica
4
was like,
effigies
oh,
upside down.
that sounds familiar, like 2 times in this case. To the second and the first
There
game,
were
2
two
different.
reasons for this. To overwhelm the
Throwbacks, I
room
guess.
with an occult atmosphere. And the other was the key to locking the room. The culprit stuck the katana into Kaede's effigy near the rear entrance.
Just stab. He says.
And spun the effigy around to twist up the rope. After enough turns, the culprit let go and headed for the rear door.
Okay, check out this. Look, Kaede's swinging around. Whoop.
Once released, the effigy began spinning, and the gold leaf katana with it.
The rear door. Yes.
The
Fuck
handle
you,
of the
virgin.
katana then hit the sliding lock, locking the door. A difficult trick, but remember that the lock was so loose it moved at the slightest touch. The culprit also would have had the opportunity to attempt it many times. Once complete, the door was locked, but the duct tape was left behind. Perhaps the culprit noticed it, but by that point, it was too late. The room was sealed. There was no way for them to get back inside. Then, this morning, we opened up the room and discovered Angie's body. But the culprit wasn't finished. They wanted one more murder.
Read.
To do that, they manipulated us into performing this seance.
Oh, my ears hurt.
Of the 3 empty rooms, the middle one was chosen for the seance. I was invited by Kokichi to take Kibo's place in the seance. Tenko volunteered to be the medium, but she never imagined it would get her killed.
So was he...
To perform the seance, the culprit claimed they needed something for Tenko.
So they were... Was Kyo gonna be, like, whoever said, like, oh yeah, I'll do it? Like, did it not matter to him who else died? Or was he like... I don't remember if he was like, oh, Tenko, why don't you do it? I think she volunteered. But why, though? Literally, why? What was the reason? Oh, look at Tenko and Angie. They're so cute.
A small stone that Himiko had brought from the courtyard. Tenko, at the culprit's request, bowed her head until it was touching the stone.
I'm sorry, Tenko.
That position was instrumental in making sure the murder went as planned. Next, Kokichi and I placed the iron cage over Tenko in the middle of the magic circle. The culprit then volunteered to drape the white cloth over the iron cage. We didn't realize it at the time, but that was a deliberate decision by the culprit. They needed to set up the murder weapon that was used to kill Tenko. While they were covering the cage with a cloth, they secretly placed the sickle.
The sickle? But
Finally,
wouldn't it have...
4 of us placed the wooden statue on top of the cage.
Wouldn't that have made the statue, like unable to put down, like, all, like, fucking wonky and shit? How did it go on top of the sickle? That's what I want to know. That can't be wide enough to, like,
the culprit
keep it
used the weight
stable.
of the statue to keep the murder weapon in place.
Maybe the handle was really small, I don't know.
After the preparations were complete, we began the seance. In complete darkness, we each stood in one corner and sang the Cage Child song. When the song finished, the soul of the dead was supposed to enter the medium. But our
Random
culprit
group
had
for it?
another plan,
Yeah, maybe.
to commit a murder in the darkness. Right after we started singing, the culprit began making their way toward Tenko. It would have been quite difficult to do in total darkness, but our culprit had a guide. They used the lines of the magic circle drawn with salt. The culprit felt for the salt and used it to guide them along.
The soul of the dead definitely took hold of the medium, unfortunately.
And when the culprit reached the center of the circle, they found the floorboard that had its crosspiece cut off the night before. Then lifted up their foot and stomped down hard on the floorboard.
And
The
she didn't even
floorboard
die
lifted
instantly.
up like a seesaw and pushed Tenko's body up toward the ceiling of the cage. Tenko was stabbed in the back of the neck by the sickle on the top
And
of
she
the
didn't
cage.
say anything because she didn't want to screw up the
She was killed
seance.
right before our eyes, and we didn't even see it.
Oh. Piece of shit.
After committing the crime, the culprit followed the salt back to their corner. Finished the ritual and had us light the candles. We followed the culprit's directions and removed the equipment used for the seance. And discovered Tenko's body.
I hate him. Me too. Officially.
And while we were all focused on the body, the culprit picked up the sickle and dropped it under the floor through the hole in the corner of the room.
It wasn't really before our eyes, considering she was under a sheet in the dark. Yeah, exactly.
Ironically, the final step of the murder was unwittingly carried out by us. The culprit had planned the murder so that we would unintentionally destroy some evidence.
Having Kibo around is like having McCann around. Like, McCann would always like do the autopsies and give us like this crucial information, and now Kibo's the one who has like voice recordings and memory photos that are printed out and like light eyes and all that shit. That's robophobic. I love it. I love it. If Kibo dies, I'm gonna be really upset.
That evidence was the magic circle that the culprit used to navigate in the dark. However, the culprit didn't know that Kibo had taken a picture. He really saved us. Without that, we wouldn't know what changes were made to the circle. But now we know for certain, and we know the culprit drew the magic circle. Korekio Shinguchi, the ultimate anthropologist. You're the culprit behind these murders.
Got him. It was Kiri Jumpers, literally.
That's where my detective work leads us. It all fits.
You're not wrong.
Sweet Korekio.
Uh-oh.
There are times when it's necessary to admit defeat. Admit? Yeah. Okay.
So you finally admit you did it.
Unfortunately. Yes.
Unfortunately.
Yes. It's unfortunate.
What? It was Kyo.
Very,
He killed both of them.
Very unfortunate. My one regret, my only regret, was not being able to make 100 friends.
So what?
100 friends?
It was my dream to make 100 friends.
I don't even have 100
Oh,
friends.
it's so unfortunate! I was so close to 100!
What are you talking about? I do not understand a word of this.
Who gives a fuck? Let's vote for this kooky bastard and be done with this already!
Same you.
Roger that! One voting time coming up!
The heart racing excitement as...
The heart-racing excitement!
As the blackened and the spotless finally face off!
It's voting time!
Let's go. It's voting time. Oh, I was pissed. As usual. Oh, so beautiful. So beautiful. And this one right here. This one right here. Mickey Kuma. Announcement.
Now then, it seems the voting has finished. Let's see the result.
What if you actually click on someone who's not? Yep. Did he vote for himself? Am I supposed to vote something? Okay.
Who'll be chosen as the blackened?
You already saw.
Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one?
You're supposed to say that before we vote. Weirdo. Hey, Derwin, how are you? I think we may have, yeah. Mono coins for me! Lucky, lucky. So many. All rise. I got an A. Heck yeah. I died twice though. Not great. Not great. Oh. How's stream going? It's going. We solved the double murder, and we're sending the culprit to a very timely death, I suppose. They're gonna get executed. Wow, seriously. You're correct again. Amazing. This is the third correct verdict in a row.
All right.
If you weren't keeping track. If you manage to get 12 correct verdicts in a row, you'll proceed to the bonus round. How is this gonna last that long? Oh, you never know. With Spike.
For now.
It's finally over.
No.
No, not yet. I haven't heard his answer yet. Yeah, tell us why. Kyo, why? Why did you kill Angie and Tenko?
Right!
Yeah, you no need to kill them both, no matter what motive he have.
Oh?
Motive?
Hey!
Did your motive have something to do with the transfer student who was resurrected? Even if it did, though, how did that trigger a murder?
Hey, hey!
Don't tell me, you were actually scared of the resurrection ritual, Kaito?
Shut up!
Ugh. 0 deaths, except Angie and Tenko. And now this dude. Other than that, 0 deaths. Yeah. Shut up, I never said I was scared. The resurrection ritual has nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it? Because we're friends, I'll tell you. I never once believed in the ritual. I would never kill someone over such a silly thing as that.
What?
So it has something to do with the motive? So it has nothing to do with the motive? Why?
Yes.
For the one that I love.
There is someone that I love.
From the bottom of my heart, someone so dear, someone I long for. Junko Anoshima?
I love her with all my heart, and she loves me with all her heart. Yes, we vowed an endless love to each other, forever bound by fate. None can come between us. We are bound by an intense love, no matter what anyone says.
I don't know about
What?
bragging about your perfect love life? Fuck you! Some of us aren't that lucky. So to see this lover of yours, you had to escape.
Don't tell me.
That's why you killed Angie and Tenko? But why did you need to kill them both? If you asked me if I did it to escape this place, my answer would be no.
Wonderful.
Because I have no need to escape this place. The one I love is inside. Inside?
Wait!
Don't look at me, I'm not his lover.
Yeah.
Calm down. No one will want a disgusting shit stuff bitch like you anyway. Gokichi, calm down.
Curse Bloosh!
Hey!
Yo, who is it? Who's the person you love?
Hey.
Is it really one of us? When I say inside, I do not mean inside this academy.
You see.
I mean inside me.
Sister.
Alright. It got weird. It got weird. It got weird. I don't want to talk to him anymore. Please leave. Just leave. Please. 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 Simply leave and die. You're just trying finger bowl? Clearly. Yes, the one I love lives inside me, my dearest sister.
Huh?
Sister.
Wait!
Don't look at me, I'm not his sister.
Right?
Well, duh. If you were his sister, he would have killed himself already. Wow, wow.
Wait.
Your sister? But didn't you say she was your lover?
Whatever is the matter?
It is not that difficult. My sister is my lover. Oh. Is it like his real sister though, or is it like
I loved her so deeply.
His
and she loved me
fantasy?
So deeply.
Like, does he actually have a sister, or is it just someone he made up? I hope you're doing well. You too, Durwood. It's been a while. What have you been up to? No physical connection? We got a little disclaimer at the top.
The fact that we were siblings meant nothing to us.
No, I don't think you made it up.
They called it forbidden love, but none could stop the love we shared. Oh, how I long for my sister's warmth.
This is so awkward,
The only
dude.
time I felt at peace was when I was enveloped in my sister's warmth.
Okay.
For my beloved sister.
Alright, alright. Working on a birthday stream on Monday? That's exciting. I didn't know you streamed, Durwood. I didn't even know. You must be from Alabama? Yeah, obviously.
Always messing around.
You had to escape from here, right?
No.
No, I had to kill for her.
Huh?
What?
Sister.
Sister was very sickly. She was always in and out of the hospital ever since she was a child. Because of that, she didn't have many friends. She always seemed so lonely.
However,
even if I could be her little brother and her lover, I couldn't be her friend. Thanks. So I thought I'd find her some friends. Friends for my dear deceased sister. Yeah, she's dead.
Huh?
Deceased.
Do you understand?
My sister is now a ghost, so her friend should be ghosts too, right?
For my beloved sister.
Oh, so he's a serial killer. Alright, alright. That explains a lot. Explains a lot. Okay. Okay, I've got you. I got you. A lot of things make sense now. I am definitely not a fan anymore. And I do not want to do his pretense. Don't want to. I'm gonna have to, but I don't want to. I don't think her being dead would matter much to him. Yeah, right? So, for sister's sake, I've killed many to send her 100 friends. They were all wonderful people, worthy of being sister's friends.
Huh?
What?
Incomprehensible.
This is too impossible to understand. Too impossible.
Sister.
Sister is very happy.
Yes.
Oh, I am very happy. Thanks to you, I'm not lonely.
What?
Could it be that the lipstick version of Kyo is...
I am Korekio's older sister.
Thank you for looking after my little brother.
What?
Same, Kaito.
Yes.
Same. After I lost my beloved sister, I was so distraught I nearly went mad. But sister came to save me.
I am pleased.
She visited me during one of my seances and stayed inside me.
Sister.
Now I can see her whenever I want. I'm never lonely.
Korekio.
Oh. Not a real sister. That's wonderful, Korekio. Your love made the impossible possible.
Are you serious?
Is this really a spirit?
I told you.
He's just delusional. What a sad girl who can't even believe in the power of love.
Ew.
Either way, he's totally out of his mind. I mean, he killed for a dead chick.
Well, you know.
You said you killed a lot already, right? So it wasn't just the two you killed here.
What was that?
What? Seems like he was already crazy before he got here. Yeah.
Because?
You didn't kill to escape from here. That wasn't your purpose from the get-go. You just wanted to slaughter a bunch, huh?
Unacceptable.
Do not make me out to be some bloodthirsty, indiscriminate killer. Obviously, that's not true. Okay, I only kill girls who I think are worthy of being my sister's friends.
Huh?
Only girls? I see. So, when you were deciding on who should be the medium... Before that, let's choose a spiritual medium. It would work best with a girl. You said it would work best with a girl. I spent my time evaluating all the girls here.
Wonderful.
And besides Maki and Mio, they were all worthy. All worthy of being sisters' friends.
Yeah?
All worthy?
Why, you?
Hey, come on, I'm not included. I mean, not like I care.
Then...
The second victim could have been me. Kenko died in place for me. Then I'll do it. I can't think of anyone but me that Angie's spirit should go in. No, I'll do it.
Excellent.
A reverse Toko? Yeah, I think so. Sanzi's gonna get one, like a text wall of triggers, like shit that happens. Himiko would have been great, but Tenko volunteering made me so happy. Her noble, earnest heart made her a perfect friend for sister.
Wonderful.
She even infiltrated the student council to protect Himiko.
Huh?
Infiltrate? Really?
But...
How did you... It was obvious to me. I have studied many people. Yes.
Can this be?
She stood up against the darkness of the school all by herself. All for her beloved friend.
Beautiful.
I was so touched by that. Wonderful. She was a perfect friend for sister. I can understand why you didn't like her, Himiko. Oh, I can't understand. Only wanted virgins? No, I think he just means women. Why do you take Angie? Well, Angie wasn't planned. It just kind of happened. And if he already had this, like, conception in his mind that, like, every girl here except for Miu and whatever the other one was, he wouldn't have a problem being like, oh, well, lucky me, I get 2 for 1. Bonk. Kill Angie. And then the next day, kill Tenko.
Well.
Though, I was planning on having you become sister's friend too. Eventually.
No way!
What? You do all that for... Wow, you did all that just to kill? For you to go that far? That's pretty impressive. You were interested in the caged child, just so you could use it to kill someone, right?
Let's see.
It interested me as an anthropologist, of course. But, more than that...
For my beloved sister!
I wanted to kill for sister. I cannot deny that overpowering feeling. Yeah, same, Kaito. Same. You fucking virgin.
Are you okay?
Are you okay? You look kind of pale. Don't worry about it. Let's focus on Kyo right now. He's probably about to shit his pants. Allow me to explain, though. I did not plan to kill both of them. I knew I would have plenty of chances after escaping this place.
However...
But Angie walked in on me preparing, and I ended up killing her a different way. So I figured I may as well kill someone else, too. After all, it would be a shame to just waste the seance trick I prepared.
What is that?
You're talking like you killed her just because you could. No, not just because I could. I was sending another friend to sister.
Correctio.
You're such a thoughtful little brother, but it was bad to get greedy. The greed.
Oh dear.
You're right, because of that. Now I can't send 100 friends to sister. Do you understand now? Those were the circumstances of Korikyo's crime. I do not understand. This is all too impossible for me to understand.
Why?
That right. Killing 2 friends for your dead sister?
But how?
That's wrong. That's so wrong. Thank you, bud. Oh, don't get so worked up. There's something I learned after sister's death.
Do not worry.
Death only changes a person's form. The soul lives on as a ghost.
That's right.
Even though I'm a ghost now, I'm always by Korikyo's side.
Sister.
Thank you, sister. I love you. Cut it out already.
What was that?
I don't understand anything you're saying. Nothing makes sense. It's not fair. Why did Angie and Tenko have to die for something so unfair?
Well...
Because death is unfair. Yeah.
And another thing.
All deaths are unfair deaths? Why do you think news stations get such high ratings when they're reporting about death? Because everyone likes unfair deaths.
Maybe.
Well, if you look at it like that, this whole killing game embodies that philosophy. It took a second. Gifted high school students forced to play a killing game? Man, if people were watching this, they would get a kick out of it. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. People were watching this.
Shut up!
Knock off the bullshit. Only sick fucks enjoy watching this.
You got me!
Hell yeah. If I wasn't in this killing game, I would have so much fun watching.
So then...
Bring out a Squid Game. The nature of this killing game is yet shrouded in mystery. But my role in it is over. I have finished my explanation. Do you, friends?
Sister.
I think I shall go and see her, my beloved sister.
Sister.
I was unable to send her 100 friends, but at least I can see her again now.
Correcchio.
It's alright, see Correcchio. Come to me.
Oh.
Looks like you're already prepared. Now then, let's get started.
It's punishment time!
The moment you've all been waiting for. Huh? Punishment time.
Sister.
At long last, I finally get to see you again.
That's right.
Yikes. We can be together without having to hide our love from others. Alright. Wait, I can't accept this.
Therefore.
Like I said, there is no such thing as a death that can be accepted.
From an anthropological point of view.
Why do you think so many different cultures have funeral rites? Why do you think rumors of ways to resurrect the dead never cease?
Yes.
The living must find a reason, however forced, to accept death when it happens. How you come to terms with death also determines how you live, yes?
What was that?
Oh. Okay, Himiko. That was the answer I preached. How about you? How will you live a life that faces death?
Now then, I've prepared a very special punishment.
For the ultimate anthropologist, Korikyo Shinbuji. You liked watching? Yeah. Oh, seeing you. Thank you, Julie. Watch him enjoy it. Oh boy.
I shall observe.
I will watch over you as a ghost. As your friend, I will watch over you. No, thank you.
That's right.
All those who died will be watching. Great. I can't wait. I'll be watching to see how you face your deaths of your friends.
Humanity is beautiful.
I'll be watching forever and ever.
It's punishment time!
Let's give it everything we've got. Here we go. See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya. Ooh, this is not looking good. Cultural melting pot? Ah. Oh, he's being cooked alive? Oh my god. Oh! He's had enough. This is very Celeste. Bye. Oh, we don't need to see this. Oh, okay. Monokuma, can you do something about this? Yeah. Thank you. Whoop. Thanks. Oh, he's straight melting. Okay, he doesn't even get to be a ghost. Bye-bye. What did I just watch? What the fuck? Salt splash! Be gone, evil spirit. Be gone. Oh my god, dude. That was crazy. There was so much going on. First he was being spun around, and then he fell like to his death, and then he was cooked alive. There was so much going on. How did that... I guess it must be some things that I don't know about, but I was gonna say, how is that like connected to anthropology? But I'm sure it's just something I don't know. Monokuma must have purified the salt. Yep. Salt splash. By what's his face? Oh, what? Oh yeah, and Monodam walked into the flames. He had enough. Monodam, why? Alright. What the? To think my cute child would commit suicide. Oh, it's so cute. It's so freaking cute. Okay, alright. Yeah. You're real funny. Had I known this would happen, I would have been nicer to him. Come on, dude. The only reason Monodam obsessed over getting along was because everyone but me bullied him.
That's right.
Yes, the other Monocubs drove him to— okay, but not me. Sure, whatever helps you sleep at night. Who's Monodam, says Monodam. You already forgot? That's kind of scary. I think it's the idea of melting pot being an amalgamation of cultures. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Well now.
Well, looks like another class trial has wrapped up without incident. Sure, without incident. Whatever helps you sleep at night. So, I'm gonna take back this here Necronomicon. Wow. Seems like a waste, though. You guys sure you don't want to use it? Where's my mouse? You guys should have brought someone back to life and added them to your roster. Shut up. How long are you going to keep talking about that?
I told you.
Ignore him. The whole resurrection ritual is obviously a lie. He's just trying to shake us mentally to get us to panic.
What's the point?
I'm assuming you'll think another murder will happen if you do that, right? Who can say? What a waste! If none of you were gonna use it, you should have let me have it. Then I could have resurrected one of my dead siblings. Which one? Well, I don't know. They were all pretty terrible, actually. Wait, did one of us die? I could have sworn it's just been the two of us this whole time.
Oh yeah!
It's too bad you missed your chance to raise the dead. That's what you get for doubting me. Too bad.
So long. Farewell.
Hi. Even now, he still talks about raising the dead.
Always messing around.
Man, this is stupid. What people believe is up to them, but living people shouldn't have to suffer because of the dead.
Of course!
Because of the dead. The living are more precious than the dead, no matter what. It's not something a coward like you should say. Shut up, leave me alone.
But
there's one thing this case has taught me. I thought there was a god watching over us, but there isn't after all. Not in this academy. Yeah, you're right.
You're right.
Well, that's why we have to work together, right? Face it together. Our ultimate talents are the best weapons we have.
Going to do his best.
Yes, to keep everyone safe. Going to want to protect everyone. But your talent is entomology. I don't want Suichi to use his ultimate talent anymore. I'm getting sick of class trials. Same.
You're right.
Yeah, you're right. Your talent as an assassin is way much more trouble. When are you gonna use that, huh?
Okay.
I'll work hard until everyone trusts my ultimate talent.
That's right.
It may not be possible now, but I'll put in the effort so everyone can trust me. I won't run away anymore. I want to survive and escape this place with everyone. Ah, gee. I see. I wonder how long that'll last. What if your true calling as a killer shows? Don't underestimate her. Makiro is one of my sidekicks.
Got a minute?
I don't remember being your sidekick. Also, didn't I tell you to stop calling you Makiro?
Oh.
You guys are so close now. This must be a powerful bond of friendship. But I would have preferred it to happen sooner, especially not after losing 7 people. Really, it's already been 7 people? Yikes. Only 9 people left now. Oh, what do you know? The dumbass can do basic math. Alright, Mew, calm down. That's right, 7 pieces of shit have been flushed away, and only 9 remain.
actually,
By that calculation, doesn't that make you one of the pieces?
But
just 9 of us.
well, you know.
Humans are like weeds, too numerous to count. 7 of us dead doesn't mean much in the end.
Shit.
That's totally what the heartless robot is thinking, right?
How
Right.
rude.
That's robophobic. No, I am not thinking that. Your blatant robophobia is simply inexcusable.
But you know...
But hey, none of us gave up, right? I know we're all gonna escape. I know I'm not gonna rely on a god, spirits, or the dead.
I believe in you.
Just you guys. I believe in all of you.
Okay.
I don't...
Well, of course.
You're right. Those of us who remain can start over.
Hey.
Hold up, Kibo. Hold up. Kibo needs to apologize to everyone for the whole student council thing. And there's only one kind of apology that I'm willing to accept.
How exciting!
Yank your head off and smash it into the ground with all your strength. Got that?
No way!
I have never heard of such an intense form of apology. It seems like everything is settled for now. Even though we're missing her. Aww.
You alright?
Himeko, you okay? Anything Gonta can do to help, you can tell Gonta.
Hey!
I think we should let her have some space for now. That might be best for her.
Okay.
I remember how I felt.
Oh.
I don't understand.
You're so dumb.
This fool. God, Himeko is such a liar.
Huh?
Because I'm a liar.
Personally, I don't think lies are exactly a bad thing. Let's face it, you wouldn't have any free will if the world was composed with just the truth.
But...
even then, I don't think it's good to lie to yourself, you know?
Right?
What are you saying? Think about Himeko's feelings a little bit.
Nuh-uh.
I only said this because I thought about it.
Because?
Himeko has been lying to herself about her own feelings, so she's been holding back.
Hey!
Wanna know what... Hey, what are you repressing? Why are you trying so hard to hold back? You want head from Kibo. Oh. What? Hold back. Excuse me. Expressing your feelings is perfectly natural. You shouldn't feel ashamed at all. So if you feel like crying while you're talking to Angie, go ahead and cry your eyes out. You'll feel better when you do. Well, I mean, laughing makes you feel better too. And venting your anger onto something can really cheer you up. Can you, Himeko, can you express anger in the general direction of Kokichi, please? Thank you. You're so dumb. I don't like him very much. Train your heart by crying, laughing, and venting your anger, Himeko. Aww. Tenko, Angie, I'm so lonely. I'm so lonely without you two. But I gotta survive. I still can't go to where you are. But I'm lonely. I'm so lonely without the both of you. Himeko.
Damn it.
Gonta's dripping too now. Himeko cried for a long time. She cried as if she was releasing all the emotions that she'd bottled up inside. Before we knew it, as if lured by her doing so, we began crying. Aww. Let it all out, baby girl. This man said specifically. The tears we shed, I can't even describe it. We were crying about what we had been through and what was to come. Sadness, hatred, frustration, discord, anger, love, tears filled with emotion. But at the very least, they weren't tears of submission. They were tears to push us forward. After a while, Himeko finally calmed down. However... Oh,
Is she hard to carry, Gonta?
So cute.
No, she fine.
She's sleeping very peacefully.
She's all tuckered out after crying. Robots sleep well after leaking their oils too, right?
I have told you many times that I do not use oil as my fuel source.
Shh, gonna wake up.
But wow, that really surprised me. She passed out as soon as she stopped crying.
Same.
Yeah, but she looks so peaceful sleeping like that.
She probably felt better after letting it all out, don't you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope so.
Then Gonta carry Himiko to her room.
Make sure you focus real good on your back, you hear me?
Mute, stop.
You'll need that focus if you want to feel her little mosquito bites poking ya.
Mew,
There's
Mew.
no way he'd do such a thing. Gonta is a gentleman.
Gonta is a gentleman. While we were heading back to the dorms, I suddenly noticed Kaito had stopped in his tracks. What's up, buddy? Kaito, what's wrong? Oh, nothing. I just wanted to get some night air. Don't worry about me. Go on ahead.
Huh?
Are you sure?
Well...
Anyway, don't do something like this again, okay? If you dislike scary things, then you should have said so earlier. I thought you were... You worried about me? Teehee-oo-woo. Yeah, worried about your stupidity. And she phased out of existence. Still haven't warmed up to me, huh?
But...
Maybe not, but I feel like the walls we had up are coming down a little, you know? Excuse me. Perhaps those walls were her enemies. It seems like she doesn't want to wait anymore.
Got it.
Yeah, because of me. Obviously.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe. But you sound like you're bragging, Kaito. But like I said, I'm gonna get some air before I go back. You can go on ahead.
Okay.
Sure, got it. See you tomorrow.
Got it.
Yeah, see you tomorrow. Well, that was a pleasant little conversation. After our goodbyes, I returned to my dorm room. I didn't notice what was going on with Kaito. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He's got the Rona. It's over. We're all gonna die. Oh, sorry, that's not funny. Oh, he's like really choking, dude. Oh!
Damn it.
What happened?
I don't have time to be dying. I still haven't gone into space yet. Damn it. No way am I gonna die here. No way.
But why? Is he injured? Oh. Graveyard slot is the achievement I just got. I got the mysterious mask. I would love to save. Don't need to go through that again. Oh, so yachty. A few days ago.
Hey there.
Stop. I don't know what that was all about, but stop it. Oh, we have more goodies. Oh, we have the sword. The sword in the sheath. What is in the middle? Oh, the dog statue? And then a bear. To represent Monodon, I guess? I don't know. Interesting, interesting. Alrighty. Yeah, 5 hours. That's pretty good for a trial. 5 hours. I'm a fan. I think that's good. Uh-oh. I'm so sorry. I did it again. I'm coming back. Okay. Sorry, I always, like, stop recording. And, like, I want to just stop the recording and not close it, but I always close out of it. I don't know why. My bad. My bad. Yeah, it was shorter, yeah. Although, it's crazy to think that, like, we used to do a whole investigation and trial in, like, one stream. And now, like, just the trial itself was, like, crazy. And the investigation was crazy, too. It might just be... this game, but... I don't know who to rate. Oh yeah, that new Kirby game came out. Any of y'all playing it? Oh, crazy. Now the VAs are paid by the word, apparently. Yeah, no, since the beginning. They are absolutely paid by the word. 100%. 100%. What's Tay doing? Bundle games? Maybe no raid tonight. I'm tired. My head hurts. Tired, my head hurts. They do one where Kirby is the throat greatest of all time. Oh yeah, he like becomes cars or whatever. That's the one, right? I peeked in Tio's stream this morning and watched for a bit. I mean, it looks like a Kirby game. Nothing special. I can't even remember the last time I played a Kirby game. Whew, excuse me. Oh man. That was pretty good. That we called that one like just during the investigation. And the trial actually went smoothly for once, because usually I'm like, they're like, choose who did it, and I'm like, I don't know. I don't think I've ever played one, really, unless you count Smash. No. No, I think I played one on the DS or something. I don't remember. I don't remember. I don't remember. I hope Mimi's having an amazing time. Oh, need a headphone break. Good God. My ears do be hurting. Maybe because of these, because I'm not used to having earrings in. So my ears are probably like, what the fuck? I guarantee she is. How could you not, honestly? Yeah. She's probably gonna watch the VOD and like scream at me in Discord or something. I don't know. But thank you for hanging out with me, my friends. I don't think I'm gonna read tonight. Nobody's really on. I'm tired. I kind of just want to like wash my makeup off and get into bed. And chill and sleep the fuck in tomorrow. Please, God. Please. I don't think I could ever do earrings. Yeah, I tend to react to them a lot. So I usually need like real gold if I want to like keep them in like all the time. But those ones I can kind of like wear for a couple hours and then like take them off. It's okay. This sweater's so cool. And I usually hate turtlenecks, but this one's like the perfect distance from my throat, because I get so like claustrophobic if it's like up here. I'm like, ah, get off my neck. Yeah, precious metals, not cheap stuff. Yeah, yeah. These ones are really cute though. I love them. And I even have like a couple more. There's like one with a chain. Here, see. There's one with like a sun, and then this one on this side is like a little green gem. Cute. I like them. Thank you, Bob. I don't remember the last time I owned earrings. Yeah, it's not actually around the neck. Yeah, yeah. It's kind of like a hoodie, because then you kind of like have your hoodie like back there, right? It's like the opposite of a hoodie. The little pockets on the front. Those are cute. I know, dude. They're really nice. They are very, very cute. Okay, my friends. I'm gonna go. I'm sleepy. I'm gonna go get a quick snack. And then go to bed. Good night, oh, good night, good night. I love you. I thought it was a hoodie, really. No, it's like a... What are they called? Look, I can be Kyo. Little face mask. 7 a.m. and still out. What is... What else is new? Is what I was trying to say. What else is new, Joel? You're crazy. You're crazy. Go to sleep. Get some sleep. You're the best. You're the best. Please don't. PTSD from 20 minutes ago. Oh, we called that one though. We totally called that one. That was great. I feel like there were a couple of times when I'm like, what does the game want from me? What the fuck? I should look something up twice. But at least we kind of knew, like, in general, like, what was going down. What was going down. Glad you're feeling better. Thank you. You stay feeling better, okay? Okay. I'll do my best. You really, truly will. A new definition of love yourself, yeah. Yeah, I could tell today I was like, my mood was so much better than it's been like all week. I've just been a cranky bitch and an asshole to everyone. So it was nice to like breathe today, act like a normal guy. It was good. It was good. I hate when you're like, you can't even like, it's like literally out of your control. You can't even like be yourself because you're like so frustrated and focused on this pain that just like won't go away. And I just like am mad at everything for making noise. I just hate everything that makes a single sound. I'm like, stop, please. Please stop. Crazy. But it's getting better. It's getting better. Did you take your meds, everybody? If you have meds, take them. I took mine. Don't you worry. Oh, Bob, I was reflecting, when we were talking about those gummies, I think what I was thinking of was the iron pills, which the iron is like, don't take with other medication, but I think the gummies are fine. So yeah, I could probably take them in the morning before I leave. That would work. Or maybe I'll take them after I get home or something? I don't know. I know how you feel, yeah. This sucks. One of my coworkers, I was kind of talking to her about it, and she was kind of like well, is it probably because of all the video games you play? And I was like, do you know the definition of the word chronic? Great. Now, after that, say migraine. Chronic migraine. Yes, very good. Very good. I'm glad we understand. I'm glad we're on the same page. It's always the people who like have never had a fucking migraine that are always like, whatever, it's just a bad headache. It's like, no, it's like completely debilitating sometimes. You just want to jump off a bridge. I'm like, whatever, I don't have to validate myself to you. I don't care. Yeah, the vitamins you shouldn't have an issue with. Yeah, I think it's fine. So I'll add them to the routine. Get them every day, hopefully. Okay, I'm hungry. I'm gonna go, my friends. Thank you for joining me. We did it. We got Sparkling Justice for Tenko and whatever, I guess Angie too. I'll see you Saturday. Do all of your senses make you want to gouge your eyes out? No. Shut up. Simply don't talk. Literally. And Bento is always really sweet when he's like, "Do you have a headache?" And he's like, "Sorry, redacted. Do you have a headache?" Like to whisper to me. So cute. Sparkly Justice was not far off. Yep. Yep. I love to see it. I love to see it. Okay, my friends. And thank you for the love today, Bob. Thank you for the visa for 12 months in a row. 1 year. Let's go. That's so exciting. And Black Star, thank you for the follow. Thank you. I'll see you on Sunday. Animal Crossing and maybe Ni no Kuni. I don't know. I kind of like rage with that game. I'm gonna look up the movie or something. Maybe we can watch the movie in Discord and then just... That's it. Because it really pissed me off, but 2 weeks ago. Not a fan. Not a fan. But I'll see you then on Sunday. More Animal Crossing. Oh, I was also thinking of stuff we can put on the island. So maybe I'll prep for that, get some furniture and stuff. Yeah, that's it. Nino, oh no, honey. Exactly. Yes, exactly that. I love it. Big same, I love it. Alright, I'll see you guys on Sunday. Take care. I love you. Stay safe, be kind, and I will see you on Sunday. Bye, everybody.